Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first working group meeting for the Annual Policy Initiatives Roadmap Process 2024 for the Discretionary Initiative Prioritization. My name is Brenda Corona on behalf of the Stakeholder Affairs Group. We welcome you to this meeting. I do have a few folks here on the panelists. We'll be joining as we get closer to our agenda. We'll kind of move people around to be promoted. Our speakers who are attendees will be sending a chat and when your time is coming, so you're aware that you'll be added to the agenda. But let's go ahead and do some few housekeeping reminders. As this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only, any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. So this is a collaborative working group that will hopefully open dialogue and engage diverse perspectives. We have a lot of great presentations that were prepared by many stakeholders who are in the agenda today. And then we also like to invite everyone to ask questions throughout the meeting. My event producer here is Silas, and will be helping us with the meeting. And then if you have any technical questions, feel free to send them over to her and me. And then we'll have a few instructions for this asking a question. To ask a question, make sure if you're dialed on the WebEx, use the call me function with the raise hand icon in the lower toolbar. Here you'll kind of see that hand raised. Make sure you're checking that the WebEx you're using. If you're using two WebExes, use the one that has connected audio, because I know a few folks don't see the audio hand raised, so it's only added to that one that you're using with audio. If you're using the audio only phone line, press #2. This will help us know who has a question. Make sure you introduce yourself, because on the audio line we don't see the full name affiliation, but feel free to provide that information before you say a question. And so, like I said, please send any questions to myself or panelists at the time. Silas, he will be available to help us out with any questions. And then we'll go to the next overview, and I'll introduce Amelia to give us a few run through for the first, and Amelia and Alyssa for our few run through. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks, Brenda. My name is Alyssa Craig-Arnold. I'm a Policy Integration and Governance Specialist at the ISO, and I'm joined by Amelia Blanke, who is Principal Economist and the Director of Market Strategy and Governance at the ISO. And I just want to say thank you to all the stakeholders who submitted the discretionary policies initiatives that we'll be discussing today. Without your participation, we wouldn't be here. Today is the first of 2 or potentially 3 prioritization workshops that the ISO will be holding over the next several weeks, and I'll speak to that in a moment, but I'm going to start by just reviewing today's agenda. We'll be starting with kind of a level set on the discretionary policy initiative process, so the goals for that process generally, and for these workshops, as well as where we're currently at in the process and where we'll be going with that. After that, Amelia will speak in a little bit more detail about how we're working to prioritize the submissions that we received and what that process looks like both internally at the ISO and how we plan to incorporate stakeholder feedback into that process. And she'll also be speaking a little bit more to what exactly the stakeholder catalog will reflect as a final product. After that, around 10 o'clock, we're going to start presentations of the discretionary initiatives. Generally, we'll have about 15 minutes for the presentation of the initiative submission. Stakeholders were invited to present on their submitted initiatives, but the ISO will be presenting on behalf of any stakeholders that were unable or unavailable to present. After the presentations, we'll have about 10 minutes following each presentation for discussion and questions. And the general goal of the presentations and the discussion is to really help the ISO, as well as all the stakeholders in attendance, to help understand the impact of each proposal. So what's the magnitude of the cost of benefits, where do they accrue, who do they impact, impacts to market efficiency, reliability, and this information is all really going to be critical for stakeholders to weigh in on the priorities after the workshops are concluded and submit comments on those priorities. Let's see, I think we have, next slide please. So there's 4 categories of proposals being presented today. Again, this is only the kind of first initial grouping. The remainder of the discretionary policy initiatives submitted will be presented at the subsequent workshop or workshops. And the first category that will be presented today is congestion revenue rates, and we'll have 5 presentations there, which are listed here. First up, we'll be investigating the need to split on-peak CRR into 2 times of use, on-peak and super-peak. And the first 3 items are submitted by CDWR. The next is eliminating the global D-rate factor from monthly CRR allocation processes if the intended outcome of GDF application is minimal. And then the final CDWR presentation is counterflow CRR allocations. After that, we'll have a WPTF submission on CRR enhancements, and then a DMM presentation on changes in the CRR auction. Next slide, please. The second category is demand response, and just want to mention we'll have a break for lunch after CRR presentations. Again, 5 presentations on demand response. First up is modified PDR, hybrid PDR with behind-the-meter storage from the joint DER parties. Second up is an SEE proposal on removing RDR discrete dispatch limits of 100 megawatts. Another CDWR proposal on real-time load bidding. A CLECO proposal on RDR minimum on-time and fixed cost dispatch. And then PDR program enhancements proposal from PAC, PGE, and NV Energy. Next slide, please. Third category is transmission planning, and Cal Advocates will have a presentation on opening up more transmission to competitive bidding. And then the final category is long-duration energy storage as a transmission asset, which will be presented by CESA. Next slide, please. So I want to move into the overall goals for the catalog and roadmap. This is a familiar slide for those of you who have joined our other stakeholder meetings. But since we've updated the process for this year, I think it's important to repeat and make sure everyone understands what the changes are. So our overarching goal with this process is to really bring stakeholders more into the ISO's prioritization process for discretionary policy initiatives. We really want to do a better job understanding how each of these proposals impact stakeholders and how all of you assign priorities to each of these proposals that were submitted. Our goal here is to make it more transparent, less of a black box, and that's really the goal of this discussion here with these workshops, is to make sure that this discussion happens out in the open, as well as through the submitted written comments that will be published. And that's the goal for the catalog. The policy roadmap kind of brings in the ISO internal planning process and represents that intersection of stakeholder priorities from the catalog with ISO strategic priorities and ISO staff and budget capacity. Next slide, please. Zooming in just a bit to the prioritization workshops or working groups. So right now we're really in the early stages of prioritization. That started with the RIF roundtable last month, and like I mentioned, it's going to continue with at least one more workshop for stakeholder presentations. And then stakeholders will have the opportunity to submit written comments, and then we'll plan to publish the final catalog in June. So we really want you all to use these workshops as a place to level set on the content of these proposals, and then more importantly, really start understanding for both the ISO and for stakeholders, who these proposals impact and who supports these proposals, where the support is coming from. And again, like I mentioned, stakeholders can formalize their positions and support with written comments after the workshops conclude. And that feedback is really going to drive the development of the catalog. Next slide, please. So maybe just to kind of wrap up what the process looks like, like I mentioned, the final catalog is going to represent submissions that were prioritized by all of you, the stakeholders. So it's really, really critical that we hear from all of you during this process, both during the working groups as well as during the written comments. Again, after we publish the catalog, we'll be taking the summer to kind of assess how these stakeholder priorities correspond with ISO goals and assess what the resources are on the ISO's end needed to take these proposals through the entire stakeholder process. And then that's going to inform the policy roadmap development, which we hope to have a draft of later this summer, and then release the final policy roadmap at the end of the year. That's all I've got. I'm going to turn over the next slide to Amelia.
Just to stay on this slide for a moment, I want to emphasize something that was that Alyssa said is we are seeing that this process may take a little bit of additional time. The goal of the final catalog is to be an accurate reflection of what stakeholders want the CAISO to do and the issues that they think are important. Ultimately, the implementation, cost, and the effort that would go into supporting and making some of those changes is something the ISO will assess itself, and that is what part of what makes the difference between the final catalog and the roadmap. The catalog represents stakeholders and their prioritization of issues they think the CAISO should work on, and the roadmap represents the CAISO's response to those stakeholder desires. I see there's a raised hand from Kathleen Colbert. If you would, when you make a comment, please mention the group or company that you represent. Thank you.
Sure. And I will also test to make sure we can make comments. Okay, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. No, thank you so much for walking through this. I had a process question, so I appreciate being able to ask it right now before we get into the substance. Since this is a new process, I'm still trying to get my head around kind of how it's going to unfold. So one question I had was, just to make it kind of tangible, is so the transition planning section for later in today has one proposal submitted by one market participant. We submitted one as well on transmission planning enhancements, and I'm trying to trying to see what I'm supposed to glean from that. Does that mean that of all the transmission planning enhancement proposals that you received, that this one needed more details? Because the one we submitted, we've presented like really robust proposals in the IPE process, and CAISO said that it wasn't the correct scope for IPE, and it needed a transmission planning enhancements project, which is why we submitted it. So I was kind of just trying to think through, Amelia, whether it's because we've already provided so much in other efforts that had enough detail, or is it that that's the one that you're kind of prioritizing? And I just would like a little extra context. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for raising this. I will say a little bit more about this in a few slides. We've taken our best first attempt to group like proposals together. For example, there's a session on demand response later this afternoon. I think it's important that for the things that are potentially discretionary initiatives that belong on the catalog, that they're considered in context of each other. It's possible that, you know, in our grouping, we may have there's, for instance, there's a WEIM related demand response. We could group that with demand response or WEIM, and so sometimes there's more than one sort of session that these could be part of. So that is the two transmission related ones this afternoon seem to be standalone in their particular focus, and that's why I've had them presented separately. If I can go to the next slide. Let me, Kathleen, let me get through the next couple slides and then see if that answers your question. Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Sure. The next presentation will be on May 8th. It will start out with a presentation by the Regional Issues Forum. That Regional Issues Forum report will be a prioritized report out on the content that was presented in the workshop. There's a link at the bottom of the slide to the workshop presentation itself, which featured stakeholder presentations by sector as summarized by the sector liaisons of the Regional Issues Forum. This is screenshot of a slide from the presentation about the process in the RIF workshop itself. We're really looking forward to that RIF report, in part because it expresses the prioritized view of a group of stakeholders by sector. And that's something that we're trying to do across this process. So the May 8th, we'll start with the presentation by the RIF, and we'll follow with the other WEIM-related issues that are in the prioritization, potential initiatives for prioritization. Okay, if you could go to the next slide. We received well over 150 different submissions. These, as a first cut, are being split into 4 categories. The first, and that includes everything we're discussing today, but also includes everything we'll talk about on May 8th, and I think very likely in the 3rd workshop, which I think we've got on the schedule for May 14th, if I'm remembering right, something like that. The first set is discretionary initiatives, things that are candidates for the catalog. The second set are what I would call non-discretionary initiatives. I'll highlight here things that are responsive to regulation, both federal and state regulation. So for example, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is issuing an order on transmission in about a week. That is non-discretionary for the CAISO to respond to. Other things that I would consider non-discretionary and we're putting in this category that we heard a lot about in the initial submissions catalog, just for example, governance. If there are changes to the market governance, those are changes that the CAISO has no discretion about whether or not to respond to. The other kind of thing that fall into this category are changes in the environment in which this market operates. So for example, if we are, as the current WEIM is, facing issues around the management of seams, for example, those are things that the CAISO will have to navigate in a non-discretionary way. The third category, and this includes the most popular submission in the catalog, is issues that are being addressed in some form by the CAISO. I'll highlight here an issue raised by members of the storage community, members of the hydro community, members of the WEIM around the ability to bid over the $1,000 soft offer cap. That is being addressed in the Price Formation Enhancements Initiative. There's a call scheduled on that tomorrow, and there is another call scheduled on that by the Market Surveillance Committee on Wednesday. That's an example. Many of the things that are not being presented today are things that were not immediately clear as to whether they were being addressed in a current initiative or not. So I'd highlight many of the things related to resource adequacy, interconnection, are things that it's taking our team some time to determine whether or not that's already on the agenda for an existing process. That is work that we will have completed by the time we end this prioritization workshop. Not the one today, but by the cycle of the prioritization workshops. The fourth group, and this is maybe by number the most popular popular set of submissions are things that we're classifying as process improvements. This is notes coming from current or potential market participants about things that they find are not working well for them in the market. This includes suggestions related to existing processes, requests for additional transparency. These are being promoted by us through the ISO's internal implementation process. It's in large part the same way that the final catalog will go through a process to become a roadmap. In this case, rather than letting stakeholders prioritize these relatively more pointed, more detailed requests that don't require a stakeholder process to support or a tariff change often, we're just referring them directly to whichever group in the ISO would be responsible for working on those particular issues. I want to spend some time on the bottom sentence here because it's really important. The one thing, and this is really the commitment that this team is making, is that if you have submitted something in the catalog, you will get a response to your submission. That response may be that the ISO will include the ISO's determination about that particular response. Just for example, there were things that were submitted that have a long history of tickets associated with them. Obviously, the ISO has responded in some form to those tickets, but we will ensure that we give you a full response if that existing response hasn't been to your satisfaction. Next slide. Okay. I will see if, Kathleen, if you'd raise your hand if you still have a question. Keep going. The prioritization process, oh, there she is.
No, just real quickly, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. No, that was super helpful, Amelia. I do think the one that there's only one that we submitted that I think fits in scope then of today, which is that transmission. And if I could just make an ask to maybe have like a minute at the end of what is already planned to share with the group what that idea and scope is. I can do it really briefly, but I'd appreciate the chance just so it's in the same context of the discussion.
Yeah, that would be great. We've included, to Alyssa's point about the timing, if you pay attention to the actual timing, they're not even across the submissions. That has to do with requests from the presenters themselves about the time that they thought that these would take. There is extra time today after the final presentation, Kathleen, and we can give you time then to present. CISA will not be available to present their idea. Therefore, the ISO will be presenting on their behalf, and that is necessarily a shorter presentation. So I believe we do have time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay. The goal of the prioritization process is to result in a final catalog that is an accurate summary of stakeholder priorities. We are going to try to rank these across sectors and interest groups. Part of the way that we will do this is by correctly characterizing the impact or the projected impact of these changes on market participants. That's a matter of identifying the groups that will be impacted. As Alyssa mentioned in the first set of slides, what we're looking at is the market impact, not the implementation cost, but the in-market benefit and cost, and trying to make sure that we're accurately characterizing the submission. Stakeholders will submit rankings via written comments after the final prioritization workshop. Prioritization criteria should include the market impact. The ISO will characterize the impact of each proposal based on stakeholder comments, and we will do this in writing before the final prioritization in an effort to get comments about anything that you think we may have mischaracterized. Again, there are 150. We're making our best effort to understand them as submitted, but we do appreciate they're your submissions. We appreciate your help in making sure we're characterizing those correctly. The ISO, and again, this is going back to something we said earlier, will do their own assessment of the implementation cost. Next slide. The goal of this prioritization is to accurately capture stakeholder priorities. This really requires stakeholder input at all stages. We asked stakeholders to submit proposals. We gave them a window in February. We have since received additional proposals. In some cases, we have accepted those. I'll highlight a couple of those cases. One, for example, the Regional Issues Forum. Regional Issues Forum is putting in the effort to refine and prioritize multiple stakeholder opinions in a single set of proposals. And it's a substantial effort and one that we're very appreciative of, and so we will be accepting that final report when it comes in, hopefully in a couple weeks. We are asking stakeholders as today to publicly support their proposals as they are today, and we're asking them to consider proposals submitted by other participants. We're asking stakeholders to prioritize those proposals. And finally, we're asking all of you to provide feedback on this process itself. Thanks to, for example, Kathleen for doing that now, both on the particulars of what may have happened to your submission, but also really on the more meta question of whether this process is working as intended, or if you think there's a way that we can improve. This is our first time through. There are definitely instances in which we think there was additional time necessary. I'll highlight a couple of the other submissions that we allowed to come in after the deadline, including for example, the body of state regulators. It takes a lot of time to coordinate across multiple state agencies, and we really appreciate that perspective and that feedback. Their process, because it requires additional time, may need to take more than the short sort of months that was allowed this year. So we are definitely looking at extending some of those timelines, given the second round through, potentially starting next year's process at the end of this year and having a little bit of overlap there. But if there are other suggestions, we will take them. And on that note, I just want to profoundly thank you all for your active participation in this process. We are about half an hour ahead of schedule. I will ask if Daniel.
Do you have questions?
I will definitely take questions, but in the meantime, if you would promote CDWR, WPTF, and the Department of Market Monitoring. For the CRR section, maybe we can start a little bit early in the interest of time. And I'll, in the meantime, take the question. Again, if you would please identify the group that you represent.
Hi, good morning. This is Pushkar Wagli from Twin Resource Consultants. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Well, we very much appreciate how responsive rather you've been to stakeholder input for all this discretionary proposals, and also thank you for confirming that you'll be responding to all submissions. There were another couple of the submissions were from the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. And by the way, this is Pushkar Wagle from Twin Resource Consultants. That we had proposed 2 initiatives, but I don't think we had any reach out from CAISO on that. Presumably, based on what you said, there would be some written responses to those submissions, but those submissions were pretty nuanced in some sense that would require some sort of feedback loop, some exchange of ideas going back and forth. So I don't know, do we, from what you said, there would be some written response, and maybe then we just have to wait for the next round to have some refined responses, or whether there would be any opportunity to have some sort of discourse and exchange in addressing those 2 particular transmission planning related proposals.
I believe that those 2 transmission planning related proposals are related to the interconnection process enhancements.
No, actually, no. Those were, one was, and both of them were sort of our take on that, where that could be part of the parallel to the existing annual transmission planning process. One was about the routinely evaluating the need for the previously approved transmission, and the other was to have providing the LRAs with better guidelines to develop resource portfolios that are close proximity to existing transmission infrastructure. So those were 2 where, in our opinion, the part of it is already done as part of the transmission planning process, but that's why I said they were more nuanced. So if you say, well, what's new in some part of them, some would argue that it's already done as part of the transmission planning process, and that's why I think there was a need to have a little bit of discussion in terms of opportunity to, if there is need to further clarify what we meant by those proposals, we probably need to have that discussion with CAISO transmission planning.
Thank you very much for bringing it up. I'll highlight a second group I should have mentioned that is scheduled to be discussed at the next set of prioritization workshops, and those are suggested initiatives related to resource adequacy and planning.
Okay.
Those, again, have been challenging for, it's been necessary for us to determine whether they're being dealt with in another forum. And we're trying to make sure that anything that is being dealt with doesn't enter as a potential new thing for the catalog. There's enough for us to prioritize and to ask you to prioritize already. But thanks for bringing that up, and we'll take another look.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. That's all I had.
Okay. Are there any other general questions on the line about the process itself before we move on to congestion revenue rights? Okay, on that note, we will move on to congestion revenue rights. We are moving about 20 minutes early. So thanks everybody for letting us do that. And we will start the demand response discussion at 1, even if it means a extra long lunch. So on that note, I'm going to hand it over to the Department of Water Resources. Thank you for
Good morning,
presenting.
everyone. This is Daniel Kretsu. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning. First thing, I would like to tell a little bit about myself. I'm working with Department Water Resources for 22 years, and maybe on CRR since it started on 2002, I think. It's called MDO2, and we got with ISO to great times since then. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank you to ISO for the great job keeping the grid going on since it started. I mean, it kept it on between, to 2002 until 2009. By then with the MDO, with the MRTU, the new market design, they're doing a very great job. And to thank them again for, as part of their great job is involving the stakeholder process in this process catalog initiatives. And I will stop here. I will go with the first slide, investigate the need to split the on-peak TOU, time of use. And I think this initiative was in the old catalog, and I don't remember, I don't think it was put in there by us. I think it was in there by ISO themselves, if I remember right. And it was there for a while. And ISO, I think if ISO did it, they have the great vision that renewable is going to have a great impact in the, the shape of the demand curve. And you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so our proposal is we've seen that the value of the congestion revenues, it's getting smaller and more volatile. And we thought establishing a dual on-peak of time of use might, split the time of use on-peak in super peak, hour 17 to hour 21, and on-peak to hour 7 to hour 8, 16, hour ending 16. And there might be slightly seasonally changes to this interval following the RA model. We might bring benefits. I will provide a more transparent and predictable CRR revenues. I mean, predictable. It's hard to predict the CRR revenues. ISO does it on a 36 months past value of the congestion between 2 points, and create an equitable CRR market. So when I said predictable, I'm thinking of the actual values of the CRRs that we've seen lately. They're becoming smaller for most of the ISO nodes and more volatile. And if you could go to the next slide, please. So here, it's on the red line, it's how the low demand curve and the pricing are looking. And I'm sorry, I was not able to find the one site ISO that has the data from 2009 and prior. And after for a few years, was one hemp camel. The red line showed how the peak, the low demand, and the pricing was following for both PG&E and Southern California, and probably ZP26. They're following the same shape of the red lines. However, lately, for the past 5, we started probably with a stronger implementation of the renewal from a lot of mandates by the governor, by the state of California, to implement the renewable. And with the addition of the solar, I mean, wind has a little bit of impact, but wind is more constantly to the Z. But the solar, you could see the shape of it's. I could call it uh, two humps camel. It's and the load, the blue line is probably if will not be the solar impact on it, will have the same shape like the one above the red one. So the load will probably have the same shape, providing it was probably additional load in those 10, 15 years in ISO load and increase in the load. But the solar shape it to the blue and the pricing for sure shown in yellow, dotted yellow and dotted green. The pricing definitely change from the low demand is not following the low demand to the point that um, we can say that you can go to the next slide, please. We can say that the congestion, which to some extent, most likely in the prior the heavy implementation, the renewable was maybe one direction. And when I said, from uh, ISO generator inside, mostly ISO generators, and some from the imports when the generator, when the ISO didn't have sufficient generation, it was most likely from hydro generation, natural gas, what ISO had at that time. Very solar was not that much, and some wind to the load. And then right now with the that was between and right now what we've seen between hour 17 to hour 16, it's a lot of solar generation, and to some extent replacing the hydro, probably not that much, but replacing the natural gas generation, replacing some imports to the extent that when it's max peak solar for 5 or 6 hours, the at the interties, we are an exporter. I also become an exporter. And to me, in these 16 hours, the congestion, I mean, it changes at least one or twice the direction, which I don't think it was the intended purpose of the CRR design when the initial time of use on peak and off peak were created. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so I pretty much described what's going on. I have a video presentation, and if it doesn't work, it shows past 12 months of the biweekly shapes, showing the same thing what I shown in the, I think, slide number 3 graphs. So that's this video, if it works, try to make our case that so far, I mean, the on-peak, 16 hours on peak as defined right now in the CRR design is not, and I think going to our proposal, split it in at least in two, will make you can go to the next slide, please.
Daniel, give the video a try, it may work.
Okay. Yeah, well, as I mentioned, you guys will see from April 2023 to April 2024, bi-weekly, how the shape of the pricing and the low duration curve with, without the low duration curve, say the actual demand without, what's not supplied by the solar. Otherwise, as I said, we'll have the shape of the red color line or the one hump camel shown in the first graph. I don't see the but it's fine. I think I think everyone got the idea what that will change. That will change from this valley with the two humps to throughout the year. They will change, and in July and August they'll have a very sharp peak at our 19, 20, 21, and it's probably a flat line all the other hours. If the video presentation does not work, you can go through the slides, I think 7 to 29. But I think everyone got the idea, and if you guys can have those present, yeah, you see those shapes most of the times are two camel. This one is the, I think, July, August, June, and when they're very sharp, one peak. And again, as I mentioned, we could follow the RA model, splitting the time of use, making seasonal. I'm just throwing the idea on the table and see. I'm glad ISO pick it up. I think, as I said in the previous, it was uh, ISO idea, or if I'm mistaken, somebody could correct me. And I think we can go to the final slides, which reinforce again um, the benefits of doing so. I think will make the CRR product um, a better product. It will be more transparency and will better help the market participants in this ISO effort for them for allocation to recoup their congestion rents and for the auction participant to recoup their bids in the auction. So that's all I have. I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
While we go back up to your summary slide, which I think is above all of the load shape slides, Brenda or Silas, my question for you is this a change you're asking for globally in all of the CRR-related processes, or is this a change particularly to the auction or the allocation? I believe it would have to be for all, but if you could be very clear about that, that would be helpful.
Well, I think it's all together, auction and allocation, and I so far was proposed for a long time the separation. I don't know if that one comes first or this one. I mean, so I think it has to be for all CRRs. The CRR balancing account and all. It has to be for all of them, even. And I realize it might be a little bit challenging because there are long-term CRRs in place, but probably they could be split the way they are right now. But again, I'm just throwing the initiative there. I don't know the how to. I know how to might be very complicated. That's for you to decide. Another market participant, if a participant, if this initiative is feel like other people, they feel the same way, and you guys obviously put it in the one thing that's important. So again, it's a long discussion, and initially I didn't even thought about, I said I didn't thought that the RA model, but then I said, yeah, it's kind of varies through the season, those hours. So, and it's going to make it more complicated, I understand, but also I'm pretty sure it's going to make it more transparent and a much more help to us to forecast and to estimate and to see what we requested in the what CRRs we're going to request. And I think everyone else that's a load service entity like us have the same problems lately.
I see one hand raised. I'm not sure if it's an older hand from Kathleen Colbert.
Nope, it's me one, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Daniel, for presenting. I wanted to share with you because I know, I just mentioned a couple times, we got like 150 submissions, and of those, just to connect the dots for where there's duplicates, and make sure you're aware that so what we had learned is this issue was raised not only by the load serving entity side, but also in the regional issue forum, independent power producer and marketer sector. They included this particular problem statement in a slightly different format. I was going to share with you and see if you had any thoughts on, but for the CAISO team, it's the number 28 in the IPPM marketer submission. They called it the CRR for variable energy resources, storage, co-located, and hybrid. So it was also very, very general. I think you've done more details in your submission, but the way that the IPPM marketer sector submitted it was that we just noticed that the CRR products don't really cleanly match these new types of resources, but not just solar, storage, and some of the co-located and hybrid was brought up as well. Their nuance added also the idea that at a generator node that's operating as both a load and a supply, there's also challenges around that currently. So storage has some other friction, but I wanted to both let you know that that's in that submission, flag it for the CAISO, and see if you had any thoughts in addition to how you frame this just for solar on some of the storage and hybrids.
Should I answer? Thank you
Yeah.
very much for the support. I'm glad somebody got the answer. And so far, we're just adding generators. Yeah, definitely generators, and there we have generation as well, and we find problem with our generation as well. So hydro generation, solar that we're hedging for with CRRs, and yeah, definitely. It's not just to the low-sided entities. I said low-sided entities because they're the only one allowed to participate in the allocation, but definitely, you know, if the decision to split or not, the generators are welcome, and any power marketers to embrace or fight against this split the proposal, and I'll see where it goes. I hope I answered the question.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other questions on the call. Could you move to the next CDWR CRR proposal? You'll have to scroll forward a few slides, Brenda. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thanks, Daniel, for presenting 3 today.
Well, I think we are on time so far, so good. I hope we keep this momentum. The second one is eliminate global derate factor from monthly CRR allocation processes. And I think we asked a little bit, we talked with ISO, it was never put in the catalog. Like 7, 8 years ago, we have morning discussion with the ISO CRR teams, and then you know, we mentioned to them this, and they told us, I think they mentioned us to put it in the catalog. And you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and I'll go a little bit through the history, the global derate factor to the years. I forgot in what year it was implemented. I don't think it was implemented in 2009. Was implemented a little bit after that. It ranged between 2.5% and 22.5%, and averaging 17.5. That's prior to Track 1B implementation. And that one was the available transmission capacity for CRRs for the monthly process was 25% of the total transmission capacity for the grid, running at, you know, prior to the monthly CRR allocation, at least 1 month, with all the people, all the market participants submitting the outages, and the total transmission capacity might have been a little bit different from the total transmission capacity for when the annual CRR allocation process was performed, which it's September, you know, start August, July was submittal of the historical load data, and then, you know, tier 1, September early, tier 2, long-term tier, tier 2, and tier 3 by, and then auction ending by November, early November. So initially, when ISO started the CRR design, there were a lot of CRRs allocated. ISO tried to make everyone happy, to make sure that CRRs to some extent will replace the ETCs. And there were a lot of CRRs allocated, and then the shortages happened due to the fact that when the CRRs allocated, the grid then it's totally different than when the CRRs are settled. So ISO, realizing that too many CRRs were allocated initially, start creating some ways to reduce the number of the CRR that could be allocated. And one way was the median OTC. I probably could include that, but I think it's much more impact on the on the on us and other market participants due to the great derate factor. Following stakeholder process in 2017, starting in 2017, ISO introduced Track 1B to make to help the CRR auction efficiency, to reduce the shortages in the CRR balancing account. And another proposal, I think it was Track 1A, and the same stakeholder process was to reduce the grid, and probably it was the same way to reduce the number of allocated CRRs in the annual process. I'm not completely sure what the available transmission capacity for the annual process were reduced from 75% to 65%, which supposed to for the monthly process now should have been 35% available. Now the derate factor remained pretty much the same. I think in average 17.5 after the Track 1B implementation, meaning that from 35% of available CRR from total transmission capacity, only half of that is available for participation in CRR allocation process. And you can go to the next slide, please. And we look for the next slide will describe the impact on CWR, and we pick a case study, August 2020 monthly CRR allocation tier 1 results. We pick you guys will say, yeah, you picked August 2020 because the condition were extremes, and yes, but I think one of the stated I don't know even the tariff that stated benefits or characteristics of CRRs and stated by the designers and the participants in the stakeholder process were that CRRs are like insurance, are a financial right, and they're supposed to work and cover in the regular system condition and also in the harsh condition. And it could go either way. There are probably months that you request CRRs and they go negative, but this example is when the system the condition in the system was harsh. I think it was the fires or some heat waves, and then it was tier 1 because most of the tier ISO opens the total available transmission capacity, that's 17.5% of the total transmission capacity. They open in the first tier, it's open all of it. So in the tier 2, we didn't get that much. And then the August 23rd, as I said before, the global delay factor for I think was all the time 17.5. I didn't go historical to look, but after the Track 1B implementation was, I found the August one, it was 17.5. And our point is that without the global derate factor of 17.5, CWR and other market participants could double their CRR revenue. And we can go to the next slide, please. And these are the numbers. Shows the time of use in the first column, the source, and sink. It's for 2 sources in Southern California, Edison, and 4 sinks, the WR sinks in Southern California, Edison. Nominating CRRs megawatts, we nominated 208, and that again is for tier 1, the August 2020, and we received 64. Without GDF, with GDF, we received 28.52%, And again, without GDF, we consider, and that's an assumption there, you could get more or you could get less without the GDF, how the electron flows. But I don't know if, that my assumption there that we could get at least double without the GDF, because the grid, it's twice as big available for the monthly. I don't know if it's a huge assumption that might be wrong, but I just pick it up for the presentation for the scope of this example. And the numbers represented in the actual CRR revenues that are actual, and we separate from we had some small amounts of CRRs on the annual process, and we separate when we presented the value of the actual values of CRRs, and then without the GDF. And then if we scroll to the total notional on-peak and off-peak revenues, that's the total amount for on and off peak. And then the total of the value after the track one BD rates, it's what actually charge code 6700 showed. To come up to the numbers above that, the actual CRR revenue notional, that's the marginal cost of congestion at the sink minus marginal cost of congestion of the source multiplied with the megawatts for each congestion CRR path. We did that. And then I think DMM was going to, presentation is going to come up on the due rate. So because without the track 1B, we would probably hedge our congestion rents, but I'm not wanting to focus in that because it's going to be captured later in DMM. What I want to capture, focus on is that with GDF, with track 1B in place, we hedge 1.5 million, and without GDF, I mean, we are not hedged 1.5 million, and without GDF, we'll probably almost be hedged. And again, it's at August 2020 with harsh condition. I say, why you pick it up? But there are probably other examples when we did, the numbers were smaller, ranging 100,000, and it's probably the same impact of the global delay factors. And you may go please to the next slide. Yes, so that's our question to ISO is how much GDF protect. We know a DMM presents a lot of market performance reports, how much the track 1B protects protects the CRR auction efficiency. It's not yet there to be fully perfect, but we would like to see if ISO could run some studies shows GDF impact, those CRRs that are on GDF. And it might be easy, it might be complicated. It's probably half what will be half more allocated in the monthly than the number will show. But we consider that track 1B should provide sufficient protection, and GDF probably doesn't provide that much. And then it hurts more market participant than it provide protection. So that's where we want to see if something could be run, some study or some test that ISO could perform and tell, yes, GDF is providing much more protection than what it hurts the load service entities, the generators, and the other market participants. And actually, at this point, it's just load service entities because only load service entities participate in the CRR allocation process. So that's
why. There's a hand raised from Seth Cochran, and again, if you'd share the group that you represent, that would be helpful.
This is Seth Cochran with BTAL. This proposal was already shot down by FERC when SPP put it out in 2018. The capacity releases between the allocation and the auctions have to match. So I don't know if you are aware of that, but I don't think this will pass muster at FERC. And if you eliminate the GDS in both the allocation and the auction, you really have to think about the impact that will have on shortfall, because you're going to be selling more of the grid in the auction, and then when you get to day-ahead market, you're just going to have less rents to pay out to those CRRs. So it's not real clear to me that there's benefits here when you look at it through the fact that you have to make the adjustment in both markets.
Yeah, so definitely I was not aware of that, but I still see other market participants' opinion and ISO opinion on this, so I would like to keep it open.
Thanks for the question, Seth. Are there any other questions on this? Okay, Daniel, are you ready for your third
Yes,
presentation
I am.
today?
Yes.
3 in a row. Thank you.
So the last one, and it looks like we're out of time again. It's counterflow CRR allocation. This one, I'm pretty sure that we asked to ISO to put it in the catalog. And in the past catalog, I think it's since 2015 when we saw this problem happen, and 2016 I think it was, and then I think it would have been happening if we started with still keep requesting CRRs source the trading hub. We changed some things in our requesting policy, try to get the volatile way. And since we didn't gain interest from other market participants, we stopped requesting CRRs from Trading Hub. We went back again in June 20 last year, and we received some, but I would like you please to go to the next slide. And the next one. So in the next slide, we'll show a table with it includes the actual CRR results for 2015 annual CRR allocation, season 1 on peak and off peak, and January 2015 tier 1 on peak and off peak. There are 4 extreme examples when for a number of allocated CRRs, let's say 100, we get 99.99% counterflow CRRs. For direct flow CRRs 100. So it's very little usable CRRs. You may go to, and we think that, and a normal example, I mean, normal when there are not that many excessive counterflow CRRs, and we think it's still a benefit there. I mean, a benefit to the participants, the low service entity that receive counterflow CRRs. It's still better than what it's lost to those payments of to the CRR balancing account of the load, or to the what would they will get less, because even the CRR auction efficient, the CRR balancing, they're not shortages. The participants in the auction making a benefit, it's coming out of the low service entity not being paid what they pay in the congestion rents. You may go to the next example, please. Next slide. So this table shows, I mentioned, the 2 CRRs allocated. We requested from a trading hub to our sync, and we requested 30. I mean, we requested more, but we got 31.918 direct flow and 31.831 counterflow CRRs. The useful CRRs, you subtract one from the other. Direct allocated CRRs from direct flow, and it's 0.087. And total unuseful CRR added to the ISO market, to the system, is 63.662, is the double of the counterflow CRRs. And the last column is just the percentage of added CRRs versus unuseful CRRs. And as mentioned by RSO, and try to do, global derate factor, derate the CRRs in the system, that too many to maintain the CRR auction efficiency. This one, to me, introducing so many CRRs just for a very small amount of unuseful CRRs go against that, reducing CRRs with, even, like I said before, global derate factor or other factors, median OTC. So shows even a greater reduction for the monthly process. And then in 2015, we requested, let's say 100, we got 73.666 direct flows, 60.713 counterflow CRRs. The counterflow CRRs are still big, but the useful CRRs are a bit bigger too. I mean, much bigger than the percentage, and the percent of added CRRs versus unuseful CRRs is 937%. So we were thinking that ISO, searching the possibility to include a threshold or something in this calculation of the counterflow CRRs of this method to stop these extreme events. And I said they might have been between 2015 and 2023 more cases like that, but we just didn't we choose not to request from the trading hub for that period. And that's all I'll take. To what extent this high percentage and unuseful CRRs, one, I'm not sure if the GMC is not paid for all those unuseful CRRs there as well by the market participant, and the GMC rate for the CRRs are not that a big number. However, it could add up, and it's still for not that unused. And then to the thinking that when the CRR are allocated and there aren't simultaneous feasibility tests, the directed flow and counterflow CRRs, they counter each other perfectly. But we know, and we've seen from the CRR auction efficiency problems, and that it's not met. We've seen that the settlement, the condition in the grid when CRRs are allocated and when they're settled are totally different, very different, and that's what causes CRR efficiency. So, our request will be to ISO to see if it's possible to determine this threshold when we stop the counterflow, to make sure that adding more CRRs to the system not hurts the CRR auction efficiency. It'll probably be a complicated way to determine that, but I think we'll probably avoid, and there might be too many cases of this. That's probably first to run to see how many crazy events like this one, when extremely high excessive amount of counterflow CRRs are allocated when unuseful CRRs. So maybe there are not that many events, probably just our concern, but that's all I have on this one. If you can go to the next slide, I think that's what it is. Well, I already talked, so we are just afraid that it's more for these extreme cases, it might not be a benefit to the market participant. So to drop them will be probably the software drop, and those cases when extremely high counterflow CRRs, pretty close to the direct flow CRRs are allocated. That's the software could stop that from happening. And that's all I have, and I'm open for questions.
Would open for other market participants on the call?
Yes, sounds good. So if there's any questions, please press #2 on your device, or you go ahead and use the raise hand icon located on your lower toolbar. But at this time, I don't see any questions. Silas, do you have any questions you see from your end?
No, we have no questions in either of the phone lines at this time.
And I'll take this opportunity to thank you, everyone, and thank you to ISO again for the opportunity to let us present this. And again, thank you much for your great job.
Well, thank you, and please do stay on the line. We're going to pivot over to a presentation by WPTF, which Silas or Brenda is in the narrow presentation. We have two versions, thank you. So if you go forward, another slide. Yeah, back up to the top for WPTF. There we go. And if you would unmute Callie. Well, thank you WPTF for presenting today.
Callie, you are on the speaker line, so you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes. Hi, this is Callie Wells with Gridwell Consulting. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I'm Callie Wells. I'm a co-founder and senior partner at Gridwell Consulting, and we're here today on behalf of the Western Power Trading Forum. So the Western Power Trading Forum, or WPTF, just to provide a little bit of context, is a broad-based industry trading forum, and we advocate for transparent markets and competitive market rules throughout the Western Interconnect. You can go ahead and advance to the first content slide. I think there's a couple slides here. Okay, right here, perfect. So just to provide a high-level setting slide here. So the role of CRRs in an organized market is plays a fundamental role. It serves as a congestion hedging tool in the system, and it really is intended to be the equivalent of firm transmission in an LMP system. So this is something, a perspective of the role CRRs play in an organized energy market that FERC has affirmed multiple times and quite recently as well. So the CAISO has continually to evaluate and provide a lot of data on the CRR market performance, especially over the past several years. CDWR already kind of gave some history on the recent changes that have been implemented, and so we really appreciate the CAISO's transparency on how the CRR market has been performing since those changes, primarily since 2019 was when that last round of the Track 1B changes were implemented. And then recently there was a more recent change that went into effect in the fall of 2023. So we can move to the next slide real quick. All right, so again, I won't go into much detail here because I think CDWR did a good job laying this out, kind of the history of the changes. But I do want to highlight that one of the main changes that went into place in 2019 really was focusing on the underfunding allocation of CRRs. So prior to 2019, CRRs in the CAISO market were fully funded, and that created some CRR shortfall revenues, which then the CAISO has their allocation method at that point in time, which went back to demand, or the LSCs. So 2019 really looked at that and tried to come up with a cost or an allocation approach that was really based on cost causation, and also to no longer fully fund CRRs. So they did a pro rata funding approach that really was, again, intended to align with cost causation principles, with the expectation that the majority of the underlying drivers that was causing that CRR underfunding really had to deal with the fact that when you enter into the annual CRR auction allocation process as well as the monthly ones, there's some assumptions that have to be made about the transmission topology. And obviously that is going to differ from what actually happens on the day-to-day in the IFM in that day-ahead market, which is the market that the CRRs are settled on. So you're not going to ever be able to predict that perfectly, and so there's some topology changes that were the expectation was that differences really were the driving factors for the underfunding or the shortfall in the CRR market. And since then, the CAISO did issue a report back in 2020 of May that kind of really was to evaluate how well those changes were working in the actual CRR market itself. And it was through that effort and the analysis that was done that the CAISO actually identified an issue with the shift factor threshold cutoff that was causing some unexpected underfunding of CRRs. And so we really appreciated the CAISO, being very transparent about that, highlighting the issue, and then they quickly implemented a change to address that. And that change at that point in time really was expected to impact the low voltage lines primarily, because that was where they were seeing the issue manifest itself the most. So if we want to move to the next slide. So that the change to the shift factor threshold cutoff was put into place in the fall of 2023. So since then, we have put together some numbers about the amount of underfunding that we continue to see. And what we're actually seeing is that even though the CAISO did address that issue, we are still seeing quite a bit of revenue inadequacy and underfunding. Interestingly now, it tends to be primarily on those higher voltage lines. We do note that we are still seeing some underfunding take place on the low voltage constraints as well. But when we look at the numbers here in terms of the percent of underfunding on the constraints, so what you can do is the notional revenue value there is the value of the CRRs grouped by voltage line ratings, and that would be the amount that would have been fully funded from CRRs prior to the 2019 changes. But after the pro rata allocation, then we now take this amount of underfunding and kind of discount those CRRs. And what you can see here is that there's been, maybe it's a change in the trend from before the shift factor threshold cutoff was addressed to recently. And we're actually seeing a lot of these high voltage lines be quite a bit underfunded. And it is unclear to us at this point in time what the drivers of those of that underfunding is. It's given the numbers that we are seeing, we anticipate it's maybe not necessarily the differences in topology between the CRR model and the IFM market. Obviously, there's going to be differences in transmission constraints between those two markets, but to this magnitude and to create this amount of underfunding, again, we expect that maybe there's some other drivers there causing this. We can move on to the next slide, please. So this is actually a chart that the CAISO has presented numerous times in the Market Planning Performance Forum. And really, I won't go through this chart and explain it in detail, but what you're seeing here is due to the way the CAISO is now underfunding or allocating the underfunding to the CRRs and essentially haircutting the value of those CRRs, it actually can cause this issue where it completely reverses the position of the CRRs. So what I mean by that is the notional value of CRR is positive, meaning if the CRRs were still fully funded, you would expect to receive some revenues from your CRRs. But because of how the underfunding is now allocated, that CRR actually becomes a cost to the holder. And you're actually having to pay the CAISO to hold that CRR rather than actually receive any revenues from it. So this has become kind of a trend or an impact from how the CAISO is allocating the shortfall. And so this blue bar, what you can see, it kind of shows the percentage of funding by CRR portfolio. And I'm going to just highlight there on the far right, when you see those negative values, those are the portfolio of CRRs that have completely reversed positions. And it really is creating this liability to almost hold CRRs. And I think CDWR also kind of mentioned this as well. The value of CRRs has become very volatile. And what we're seeing is it's some of them actually it's risky and it's become a liability to hold in some cases. So next slide, please. This is just another perspective here to kind of put some data around the magnitude of this issue. Obviously CRRs, the role it plays in the market really is to be a hedging tool for congestion. So this kind of speaks to the significance or urgency of trying to address this issue. Congestion is increasing. So we see this brown bar on the far left here that's circled. This is the congestion in 2024 for Q1, and it is the highest amount of congestion that we've seen in the past 5 years. I will note that the brown bar under Q2 it looks really small, and that's because it only reflects about 2 weeks into Q2. So obviously, once Q2 finishes up here, that brown bar will likely be quite a bit higher. But again, just highlighting that congestion is increasing. The role CRRs play is extremely important in an organized energy market. And if we're having this issue with how the shortfall is being allocated to the CRRs and causing it to, as I mentioned in the previous slide, almost causing the CRRs to be a risk or liability for entities to hold and not functioning properly as a hedging tool is extremely concerning. Next slide, please. So the ask that we have of the CAISO to include in terms of potential scope on a CR enhancements policy is really getting at what are the root causes or the drivers of the current revenue inadequacy. So after the 2019 changes have been in place, after the the shift factor threshold cutoff that was implemented last year, to really dive into the revenue inadequacy and try and figure out what is causing it. We will note that I'm sure there are some issues or some topology differences. So continuing to allocate the underfunding the way the CAISO does today, for some of that might make sense. It might still align with cost causation principles. But again, it's really unclear to us what the other underlying factors are and whether or not they continue to align with cost causation principles. So is it loop flows? Are outages not being reported in a timely manner? Are operators adjusting the transmission derates for various reasons? What are those reasons? Are external entities using the CAISO's transmission system and not having to pay for congestion? Just really getting an idea as to what those drivers are. And then also look at whether or not, since those changes have gone into place, if market participants are able to still use CRRs as a congestion hedge, especially given the risk of this underfunding, the way it's being allocated now, almost reversing the position of some CRRs. So, this was an issue that was raised in 2019 when we were talking about the different solutions and whether or not, if given the volatility or uncertainty around what the value of a CR is going to be after the underfunding is allocated, how are market participants going to react to that? Are they going to, price in that risk now when they go participate in the CR auction? Are they going to be a little bit more hesitant to participate in the CR auction? So also getting an idea of whether or not that is actually materializing. And lastly, just some things that we think should be considered in terms of ways to improve upon what the CAISO has implemented. Again, we do understand that there are going to be differences in topology between the CRR model and the ISM, and continuing to allocate that underfunding the way the CAISO does today might make sense because it is, again, aligned with cost causation principles, but making sure that the amount of underfunding that is related to the differences is only being allocated the way it is today, and really looking at whether or not we need to continue to allocate the rest of the shortfall in the same manner. We could consider, applying some sort of cap on the amount of underfunding that's allocated the way it is today. Also look at using some of the overfunding and helping to offset the underfunding. So the CAISO does do some of that today, but there is another way that they can do it that will actually further help address this issue that we're seeing of underfunding and how that's being allocated to the CRRs. So again, our ask would be really for the CAISO to dive into highlighting what are the driving factors for the revenue inadequacy today after all the changes have put into place, and almost bucket those drivers into whether or not it makes sense to continue to allocate the underfunding in the way the CAISO is doing today versus considering other changes. And that was all I had. Happy to take any questions.
There's a question on the line from Alba Svoboda. And again, if you identify the company that you represent.
Yes, you can hear me? I'm not sure if I'm, yeah, I can see on the transcript. This is Alba Svoboda from PG&E. Thank you, Callie. This is really great. I had just two thoughts. I was curious about your thoughts on this. Is One, it seems that the data analysis is the more pressing need here before, but I might be wrong, and so that's what I wanted to find out, whether you were suggesting that even if the analysis were imperfect, that some of the mechanisms you were suggesting for improving allocation might be something to put onto the roadmap anyway. And then my other question is just whether you think the FERC 881 dynamic line rating initiative could significantly change some of your analysis or some of the areas of risk that you see.
Yeah, that's a great question. So in terms of the priority, yes, we always appreciate analysis to support any potential changes in the market. So obviously with this, we would like to see some data analysis, but just I think in parallel, there are some of these changes that could be considered to help at least address the issue that we're seeing today while the analysis continues to take place, and see if we need to kind of make some modifications to how the underfunding is allocated. So I could see a situation in which maybe we make some tweaks to how the overfunding is used to offset the underfunding, and apply a cap potentially on the amount of underfunding as kind of some initial quick, I would consider them low-hanging fruit changes to make, more immediate, and as the analysis takes place, and we can kind of get a better idea as to the, the underlying drivers. And on that FERC Order 881, that's a great question. I think it's, it would be interesting to think through whether or not that would change the data analysis. I'd have to give that more thought, but that is a great question.
Thank you, Kelly.
A question from Seth Cochran.
I was going to say, in terms of that question, 881 will probably just make it harder because you're going to have the ratings bouncing around a lot more. It's going to be a harder target for the ISO to model in the auctions. So I don't think that at all will rectify this issue. It's really an asymmetry issue. And, that asymmetry should just be exacerbated with the dynamic ratings under 881. One point I wanted to say here is that, we can perform an analysis on this, but if everyone just intuitively thinks about this, people are buying CRRs, and the notional payout may be $3 a megawatt hour. Well, it can flip on you, and now you owe the ISO $1 a megawatt hour. So, who in their right mind is going to buy a hedge that's going to work against you? So, we don't have to think too hard about this. There is a lot of dysfunction going on in the share market that prohibits people from being able to take on risk management and be able to hedge their positions and act prudently.
Callie, did you want to comment on that?
No, I think that those were all really great points. And yeah, on the FERC Order 881, having those ratings bounce around, I think, would make it extremely challenging. But I agree. I think the effectiveness and ability for entities to use the CRRs as an effective hedging tool is, a key role that CRRs play. So I think we really need to dive into whether or not, the way that the underfunding is allocated today, whether or not that's still enabling those CRRs to be effective.
Thank you. Thank you both. I see there's another question on the line. And again, if you would mention the name of the company or group that you represent and introduce yourself. Appreciate it.
This is Noha Sidhom from the Energy Trading Institute. I believe I'm the one you were waiting on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Yeah, my question, Kelly, I'm just wondering, have you heard from folks that are trying to hedge and are having this issue? Are they voicing concerns to you? And then the other thing that I'm wondering is, I believe CAISO has already looked at this a little bit in the past. Are, other than the changes that were made in the market parameters filing, what other options, sort of what are your top 2 or 3 items for them to explore? And sort of what would be your time frame for that?
Yeah, so yes, we have heard from multiple WPTF members that they have had concerns with the CRRs and, you know, post 2019 changes, the impact that has had. I think kind of the top items would be, I think, you know, there are those low hanging fruit that would be pretty easy and very intuitive to consider, you know, capping the underfunding. Again, utilizing some of the overfunding on some CRRs to help offset the underfunding a little bit more broadly. But then really, I think getting at, again, the root causes of the underfunding and whether or not those are really just differences in topology, or if there's some other drivers, you know, that I had mentioned, maybe it's loop flows. Is it, you know, are outages actually being reported on a timely manner? That was something that, you know, went in place back in 2019. So kind of taking a look at that, are people, you know, reporting those so that those outages are getting into the CRR market in a timely manner. So we're not seeing that discrepancy. So I think that's where I would probably, I don't want to say prioritize issues because I think they all need to be evaluated, but I think sticking with some low-hanging fruit initially while that analysis goes on would probably be our preferred approach.
I just had one follow-on to that. Are you aware of any other ISO where if there's overfunding, it doesn't go to fix the underfunding? This is the first time I've heard of this.
Well, so the CAISO does use some of the overfunding to help offset the underfunding, but I think I don't know exactly how the other ISOs handle this. I'm sure there's various ways that they've implemented it. We just think that the CAISO, they don't fully utilize, the way they do it today, they don't fully utilize the overfunding to help offset the underfunding. There's a lot of excess that goes back to the LSCs and the demand that it might be a little bit, it might make more sense to initially use some of those extra fundings to again, first help offset the underfunding. I think it really comes down to granularity and how they're doing it today. So kind of some more modifications, but I don't specifically know how all the other ISOs handle this. I'm sure there's, you know, various ways that it's being handled, but that would be something I think that maybe the CAISO could look at and kind of at least benchmark how the other ISOs are handling it.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I see Seth Cochran raised another hand.
Seth, your line is unmuted. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, CAISO is the only ISO that has this by constraint methodology. And what we're seeing is really an artifact of that. When they do the return of the surplus, they also do it by constraint methodology. So they're the only ISO that does it that way. If you do look at what the other ISOs do, their allocation, their shortfall allocation, or the revenue inadequacy allocation is done more on a socialized basis across all constraints. And they do have their refund mechanism, what they call closeout mechanism in the other RTOs, that's also done across all constraints, and it's typically on a monthly and yearly basis. So if you had a shortfall in June and you're running a surplus in December, then you could still get a refund of what you were short paid. I think, you know, CAISO has a novel way of doing this, and it's wound up pretty tight. And I think that's why we're seeing these very drastic outcomes on CR funding. And it's really, I think the way that it's being done is really just harm the ability for people to put on hedges. And I think there's other ways to do it, and I would hope that the CAISO would look at it, because I think they have a real problem on their hands.
See, there's another hand raised from Abram Klein, and again, if you would identify the company or group that you represent.
This is Avram Klein with Happy and Way Energy Partners.
Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I just wanted to raise the question of the loop flows. I think Callie mentioned that maybe a significant chunk of the underfunding we're seeing today is due to either external entities using California's transmission system or even potentially entities that are wheeling out of California and going to other areas or wheeling through California. And, you know, one question, I guess, that California could investigate or report back to market participants is, you know, are those transactions that are doing that actually paying for the congestion that they cause? Are they charged? Because I do think this is an issue that has come up in some of the Eastern RTOs. And I think there are mechanisms there such that, like in PJM, if you're wheeling through or, you know, within PJM or outside of PJM, you're charged for the congestion based on the ultimate destination of your Oasis stack. And I'm curious if California is doing that, because that could be a source of some of the missing revenue here. And likewise, it may be just external entities that are, say, flowing from Arizona to the Pacific Northwest that are using California's system, and it should be charged, or there should be some mechanism where they're not able to use more than flow gate entitlements associated with that. So that could easily be a market design issue that's basically impacting these the underfunding that we're seeing, and as Callie and Seth indicated, are really undermining the usefulness of the CRRs as congestion hedges.
Thanks for the note. Before Callie responds, I'll just mention there are many provisions in the CAISO's market designed for wheels. That's been a big subject of discussion, not only within our existing market, but also for EDAM. Unscheduled flow, by definition, is not scheduled in the market, and therefore it's harder to design market cost structures around unscheduled flow. But I'll hand it off to Callie.
Yeah, I would just say that other ISOs don't let external entities use their transmission system over their entitled rights. And it may be that this hasn't been a particularly big issue in California previously, and now it's coming up. But it is a market design flaw if there's a huge amount of use of California's system over and above that amount. So it requires some either market-to-market coordination or some level where the external entity pays for the congestion that they're causing.
Thank you.
Yeah, Avram, Amelia, sorry, do you mind if I jump in real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up, because actually, we actually do have updated slide deck that I'm hoping that CAISO will post later today that actually has some data on that kind of highlights this gap that we're seeing in terms of underfunding, and it does kind of get to the amount of potential underfunding related to flows on the system that are not being actually scheduled through the IFM. So hopefully the CAISO will be able to post that later today, and you guys will have another data point on that.
Thanks, Callie.
I think, Callie, we included all of your updated slides in the deck, so it may be next on the slide deck.
I think this was the last slide, so we'll circle up and just make sure you guys have the latest slide deck to post.
Perfect. I see a question from Kathleen Colbert.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Callie, I just wanted to see if I could tease something out, but also connect it to what Daniel was bringing up at the start of the meeting. And I think this is more fitting into your bullet one. So I'm looking for a little clarity on if you think it's in scope. So one of the other things, in addition to kind of the transmission focused ones that you've mentioned that I have heard, is that there are challenges with the ability to use CRR hedges cleanly because of the operational profile of the asset. So like Daniel brought up, solar has a specific profile, storage has a different profile. They have multiple layer challenges, but just putting it very simply, you have to buy a peak product. Let's say for a storage asset, you're trying to hedge peak product 16 hours. But if it's a single cycle and you're trying to hedge 4 hours of charging and 4 hours of discharge, these products aren't designed to be able to do that, right? And you have to buy 16 hours for what is an 8-hour potential output profile. And so that's been something that I've heard and raised, and I've been thinking about it, is that when you have product definitions that don't match what you're trying to hedge, the willingness or the value associated with them skews. And so I've been trying to think through this from an inadequacy perspective because of that. Do you consider that in scope of what you're proposing, or do you see it as different?
I think obviously the slide deck that we have here today focused on more of the underfunding issue, but I think the overarching theme is making sure that CRRs can be used as an effective hedging tool, because that's what they're intended to be, and it plays a vital role. So I think if there are issues such as the one you just mentioned that that don't align with allowing the CRRs to be an effective hedging tool, I think that could definitely be something within scope. But obviously, yeah, the slide deck today does focus more on the underfunding, but if there are other issues, obviously that could be something to consider as well.
Okay, that's super helpful. And just because I know we like data, I've heard these as hypotheses, but it's definitely something that I think the CAISO could provide data on. The hypothesis is that you may have CRR auction participation that is undervaluing the products, which may be leading to revenue inadequacy because the assets don't meet all of the product timeframe. So I just add that extra context, and Amelia, if you guys can think about it, there's a way to actually look at the data and see if this hypothesis is valid under an effort. I think even just doing the analysis would be really helpful. So thank you.
So I see Nohas has a hand raised again.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Kathleen's question to Callie, actually. So we actually had this issue arise in PJM where there was significant underfunding, and it was the other way when they did analysis. Because of the underfunding, the CRRs were getting devalued because people were taking on that risk. And I'm sorry, I'm with the Energy Trading Institute. Somebody just messaged on the chat. And because obviously if you're consistently getting underpaid, or as Seth mentioned, is turning into a liability for you, you're obviously not going to pay up the full price of the contract in your bid. That's really your risk management tool. And then as far as sort of having more granularity in the product, that's actually something that we got in PJM. We now have a weekend peak product. So if you're a solar developer, you don't have to buy every evening hour during the week so that you can hedge your weekend exposure. And MISO is also considering a similar change. It was one of the things that came out of their analysis of their equivalent of a CRR product. So there's definitely a desire out there by folks, especially as we're going through this energy transition, to really have a more granular product, make sure it's a robust product that is fully funded so that it is not getting undervalued, so that the hedge is effective for folks. But Callie, I know that you are familiar with some of those processes too. I don't know if you would like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's interesting to learn from what other ISOs has experienced as well. So I think to the extent that we can learn from other ISOs as we kind of navigate this issue, that's always extremely useful. So I think that's, you know, an interesting issue that PJM went through. So yeah, just kind of see if the data analysis here shows the same thing.
I'd agree. I'd agree that it's always interesting to learn from the experience of other ISOs there. Just checking to see if there are any other questions on the line. Okay, I think we are still running well ahead of schedule. And DMM, if you're ready, Brenda, if you could switch back to the long presentation, the wide one. There we go. Hand off the mic to Eric Hildebrandt.
Okay, thanks. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm Eric Hildebrandt, Executive Director of the Department of Market Monitoring. So we definitely have a different kind of perspective on CRRs than the prior speakers. And we really start from the perspective that the transmission system, you know, you have a huge fixed cost, and that cost is amortized, recovered every year through the transmission access charge. And that is levied on load serving entities and exports. So they basically, load and exports are paying the cost of the transmission system. And then, you know, in an LMP market, you generate congestion revenues in the course of, you know, implementing locational market pricing. So if you kind of just stop there under the market design, all the congestion revenues are then refunded back to the same entities that pay the transmission access charge. So load and exports, it gets refunded pro rata back. So if you stop right there, in a world without CRRs, all the congestion revenues would go back to load serving entities and exports, and it would offset a portion of the transmission access charge that they pay. So that's kind of the perspective we start from. And from that perspective, basically then CRRs that are auctioned off essentially by the ISO are essentially financial instruments backed by those congestion revenues. And as you'll see, and I don't think there's much dispute about this, that, you know, ever since CRRs were implemented over 10 years ago, the auction revenues that are brought in the auction fall way short of the congestion revenues that get paid out. So from that perspective, there's a net loss to the transmission ratepayers as a result of the CRR auction. So with CRRs, then the revenues go into essentially the account from the auction, but then the congestion revenues are paid out. So there's a net loss that ends up reducing what gets refunded back to transmission ratepayers. So go to the first slide, or next slide, please. Next one, please. Okay, so as some folks have alluded to, there were changes made back in 2019. These were made in response to very large systematic losses from the sales of CRRs. They were averaging $114 million a year from 2012 to 2018. I've summarized the changes here that were made in 2019. Just a quick note, you know, Track Zero, that was, they added a lot of constraints. They, I think, enhanced the way outages were reported and incorporated the model. So I know there's been some discussion about improving the modeling and making the models more consistent. You know, I will remind people that supposedly was done That was track 0 back in 2019. So, our understanding was the ISO did all it could and has continued to do all it can to maintain as much as possible consistency through the CRR model and the market model. There's just inherent differences that I think are, they're just not going to get rid of. I won't go into those now. But that was one of the changes. Then they cut back on the source and sink pairs that were allowed to be traded. And then track 1B implemented what are called deficit offsets in the settlement process. And this gave rise to, I think, what the prior speakers have referenced as a revenue shortfall. But so, revenue short from the, as you'll see in some of the slides I have, we think this change is in fact the biggest source of savings that resulted from these two rate pairs, transmission rate pairs, from these changes in 2019. Next slide, please. Okay, yeah, so as I mentioned, losses, they were averaging 114 million in the 7 years, prior to the 2019 changes. Since 2019, we have, let's see, 25 years of experience now, and losses continue to average $62 million a year to transmission rate payers. So again, revenues from the auction are falling well short of the congestion revenues that are paid out. And then as a result of that, not being refunded back to transmission rate payers. Prior to the changes, for every dollar paid out in congestion revenue rights, there was about 60, since 2019, about 60, the auction revenues represent about 60 cents on the dollar for each dollar paid out in congestion revenue rights payments. Prior to the 2019 changes, it was about 48 cents on the dollar. So again, some improvement, but still significant losses, over $60 million a year. And almost all losses are due to CRRs bought by financial traders, not by generators or marketers who might use CRRs as hedges. So we don't see, while some entities may use CRRs hedges, our analysis suggests that they're primarily financial traders and not entities that are, physically generating and trading power, physical power. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic from our, I believe, our annual report or year-end report. And it just, again, highlights how the losses were averaging $114 million a year, and then are now averaging $62 million a year. You can see here, the blue bar would be the auction revenues coming in, and the green bars are the congestion revenues being paid out. And so the difference is a loss to transmission rate payers, and that's highlighted in the yellow line there. Next slide, please. Again, this just shows graphically, shows the losses in millions of dollars on the right axis, and then the line there shows the again, this metric of how much money is brought in through the auction compared to the revenues paid out. And again, those are averaging about 48 cents on the dollar prior to 2019, and now they're averaging about 67 cents on the dollar since then. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the effect of the Track 1B changes, deficit offsets. And this was something that was implemented to reduce the losses being incurred in the auction. And we do think, while this isn't a precise calculation, we do think this shows that suggests that the biggest source of savings since the changes were made are in fact coming from the deficit offsets rather than the reduction in CRR combinations that were allowed, or any kind of modeling improvements the ISO may have made. So the light green there is the deficit offsets. And I'll just mention, if you were to get rid of those, in other words, give, I think what the prior speaker called revenue sufficiency, basically the losses would be back up north of $100 million a year to the transmission ratepayers. Next slide, please. So we think additional changes are needed to mitigate the CRR losses. And we don't think this should be a discretionary initiative. In 2018, the ISO management and the MSC committed to reviewing CRR performance after the changes, and they committed to, making additional changes if significant losses continue. And those in fact have continued. And we have now 5 years of data in. So I think there's definitely, I think while the expectation was, it might take a couple of years to see the effect of the changes, we now have, we think 5 years is pretty sufficient amount of time to see that the losses are still significant. The ISO and the MSC began some analysis and discussion of CRRs last fall, late 2023, but we have not heard anything since that on. And our understanding, at the MSC meeting was that I know the MSC identified more analysis it thought could help. And I know I made the comment at that time, please, if you think more analysis is needed to identify things, please get on with it and complete that, so that then, you could give serious consideration to what changes to implement, and specifically begin taking a serious look at the change that DMM has been recommending. So one question I would have, for the ISO is what happened to that, and if this isn't added as an initiative, what were the plans to follow up? So again, we don't think this should be an optional or discretionary initiative. We felt there was a commitment to do this already. Another issue that's coming up, really since 2019, and that's the extended day ahead market. So the current CRR rules, I guess the current EDAM rules, I guess, would make sales of CRRs optional for the transmission owners who choose to join EDAM, or should that evolve into some regional RTO. So, looking at the record, we wouldn't expect any new participants in a day-ahead market to want to auction off or have the ISO auction off CRRs. If you look at the record, they would be receiving, 67 cents on the dollar, and they'd be much better off just keeping the congestion revenues from any extra transmission that they might bring to the EDAM. And we do, and I think this does highlight an inconsistency. So if the ISO's position is that CRRs are critical, for, a functioning market, and they're critical in the ISO market, if they're critical, why are CRRs optional in the EDAM? So, and I guess we think they should be optional in EDAM, but they should be optional as well for the load serving entities, the transmission owners in the ISO as well. And let's see, I'll just mention, I think the kind of market for financial hedges offered by willing sellers that we'll propose, and I'll talk a little bit about on the next slide. We do think it would be if the ISO offered this, it would be a way to facilitate hedging and voluntary sales of CRRs by EDAM transmission owners. So we think the solution we're proposing would actually fit very well in with the EDAM structure or a new regional market. Again, it would make and facilitate voluntary sales of CRRs by the transmission owners. And to the extent there is a market for entities seeking hedges, it would facilitate a market for those hedges. Next slide, please. So again, our recommendation, we continue to recommend that the current auction structure be replaced by a financial market based on offers from willing sellers. And we use the term willing sellers because the way we look at the current auction, the ISO is essentially submitting zero price bids to sell CRRs that are backed out of revenues from transmission ratepayers. So essentially transmission ratepayers are unwilling sellers, or they're not willing sellers of these CRRs. The ISO is essentially selling them and selling them at a $0 bid price. So what we envision is, number one, on the CR allocation, it could remain unchanged, the allocation to LSEs, or improvements could be made to allocation. So we don't see anything wrong with allocating CRRs to load serving entities. That's the original function of CRRs. If you go back and read, the different NOPRs leading up to the standard market design, the original purpose of CRRs were to allocate. They were a mechanism to mitigate the impacts of congestion charges on load serving entities. And so that's where the allocation comes from. That could remain unchanged. And then LSEs could offer any of their allocated CRRs for sale in a voluntary CRR market, just as they can today offer that. So this would maintain the ability for LSEs to sell back any CRRs they might want. Or I suppose they could offer more CRRs, but beyond what they get allocated. Alternatively, I'll just throw out, instead of allocating CRRs, all congestion revenues could be refunded to LSEs and exports. So it could fit either way with the allocation to load serving entities. But the big change would be then when after the allocation, you have just a purely financial CRR market. So it would be run with bids to buy and sell CRRs submitted by different entities. And again, the ISO would not intervene to sell CRRs backed by congestion revenues. Let's see, I'll mention on this would solve 100% the revenue adequacy issue that some of the prior speakers have mentioned. With this model, every position would be equally balanced, just like any other financial market. Any other financial instrument, there's a buyer and a seller, and so the payments, to the buyers from the sellers are exactly equal, and they're guaranteed to be equal. So that would solve any issue that would have with, I guess, underfunding of the hedges. I think implementation of a financial model would be easier and less subject to errors than the current CRR model that's based on a physical network. Although CRRs are completely financial, the ISO, the model, does implement that through a physical network that, we've seen. Actually, it actually has quite a bit of maintenance to continually update the CRR model, and we have seen errors made in that can turn out to be costly for transmission ratepayers. So that's it. That's it for our presentation. Glad to answer any questions.
I see there's a hand raised from Noha.
Eric, thanks so much for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. So the first question is, you talk about sort of these losses, and it would be better for the load serving entities to just, I guess, effectively exchange. Like, so where would the pot of dollars come from if you don't have an auction?
What pot of money? I mean, what money?
Well, because you're saying right now there are losses, and your assumption is that these losses are, you seem to imply, by financial market participants in the market, which I have a follow-up question on that too. But so if we just get rid of this altogether, how do you value the rights that the load serving entities have had, and how do they, like, where do they get their dollars from if we don't have an auction?
Where do the load serving entities get their dollars? So they pay the transmission access charge, and in a world without CRRs, you'd have the same. You'd collect the congestion revenues, and if you just stop right there, if for some reason no CRs were auctioned under the ISO's rules, under every ISO's rules, those get refunded to ratepayers. I believe it's pro rata. So there is a difference. There is a difference between between LSCs. Some LSCs might pay more in congestion charges than they get allocated back. Some LSCs would get more revenues, but every LSC would be getting, a refund. That's how it works today. That's the pot of money. The pot of money is the congestion revenues, and it gets back. It's 100% is given back to load serving entities, minus any losses due to the auction revenues.
So basically, they would just face their entire congestion risk all of the time, and there would be no pricing mechanism really for that congestion at all.
Well, no, that's where the CRR allocation to LSCs comes in, and as I mentioned, we're fine. You can maintain the CRR allocation, which I believe allocates CRRs to LSCs more in a way that fits
the value of but so you just never price the value of that allocation at all. They just get an allocation, and we don't quite know what it's worth.
They get an allocation, and then you know exactly what it's worth. You sum up the congestion revenues. You sum up the revenues they get from those rights.
So the revenues that occur in real time.
Yeah, over the course of a year or a season or a month, they get, just like we do today. That's the payout to CRRs. It's the same payout.
But there's no value, no conversion, and really no way for them to hedge that. They just have to basically wear that risk entirely.
No, the CRRs are mitigating the risk. So they get the same allocation as they do today. The same value, the CRR, it's the same as it is today. As far as the allocated CRRs, that can remain unchanged, and that's the mechanism through which LSCs, their risk, or their relative risk, I would say, of congestion revenues gets mitigated.
So basically, they would get an allocation that really is supposed to sort of value the equivalent of the firm transmission rate, but we would have no idea what it would cost until real time.
Oh yeah, I really don't understand your question.
Yeah, I'm just trying, and I'm trying to understand.
Back, it's just like today. It's if you want to say the value, maybe there's an expected value based on the congestion revenues of the prior years. That's just like today. I guess you can take a CRR and say, gee, last year, over the last few years, this is what it would have paid out. And then just like today, you don't really know what it pays out until after the fact.
No, Eric, let me try to sort of bridge the gap here a little bit, and just correct me if I'm mischaracterizing what either of you are saying. I think what Eric is saying is that as today, under the DMM proposal, there would be an allocation of CRRs to those entities that are allocated CRRs today. That's consistent with what happens. those allocated CRRs would give those entities the right to the day-ahead congestion rents that accrue over whatever period the CRR is held. The difference in the DMM proposal from the market that exists today is that rather than the ISO auctioning rights, in addition to this through an auction process, there would be a financial auction in which those entities that held rights could offer them for sale to other entities.
You're saying there would be an auction, but it just wouldn't happen at the ISO? Because that already
It would
exists.
not
I mean, they're already...
be the ISO's
Yeah, so
choice.
Yeah,
to
no,
allocate
if the ISO runs it, it would be a financial, it would be through the only bids that would be run the auction would be bids by, if LSEs want to sell back any of their allocated CRRs, they would be welcome to submit priced bids or into the auction. Other entities that want to buy and sell hedges would bid in there, and the ISO would clear the market for buying and selling CRRs, just like any other financial instrument.
So the ISO would host the auction, but the ISO wouldn't be an active market participant on behalf of those rights holders, like it is today.
So,
yeah.
Right. So, I mean, the issue with that and my concern with that is there are markets like that that already exist. There are FTR lookalike products that are traded on exchanges. But they price off of the RTO ISO auctions. And the RTO ISO auctions, the reason we have more than just, non-load serving entities participating in them is to inject competition in the market. And that was really one of the main principles when FERC set, in Order 2000 set up these markets. And so my concern when I hear some of this is I worry sort of about lack of competition and lack of liquidity. And then, folks that do want to hedge then going to those bilateral markets, and those bilateral markets really have a wonky pricing because of the way the pricing at the ISO is happening. So then they really can't effectively hedge.
Yeah, well, I see we have a disagreement, as to the fundamental purpose.
Yeah, and my other question for you
so
is,
I don't think, we can
things.
keep going.
Yeah,
I'd be glad to.
Two quick things I would appreciate your feedback on.
I know your position, and I think most people understand ours. And,
I just have two other quick points. One is you mentioned, financial participants make this money that you think is missing in the market. How do you decipher in your analysis who is financial versus who is not? Because we have a lot of members that are financial, but they hedge for folks because they're financing the asset, or in order for that entity to get their financing, they're hedging. So I don't know just how you're making that determination when you're running your analysis, whether or not it's a hedge or a speculative position.
Yeah, we go through, we look at, do they trade or schedule physical power in the ISO markets? We look at some other sources. So we are basing it on ISO market transactions. We've taken a look at EQR data as well. So, and DC Energy, I'll throw that out there. We have them classified as a financial trader. Maybe they do some physical energy trades, but we have not seen that in our markets, or I think the EQR data for California.
Yeah, and I'm not saying necessarily somebody who does physical transactions. I guess what I'm saying is there are some folks that don't want to set up an FTR trading desk. That's not their expertise. They just want to build a wind facility or a solar facility or whatever it may be. And they are just going to somebody like DCE or whoever it may be. I'm just using them because you use them as an example, and saying, hey guys, you seem to be good at this. Can you help us just hedge this one asset so that we can go to the person financing and say, hey, our basis risk is actually X, not Y.
Yeah.
So
that's fine. And all that could great. There's entities that are masters of managing risk. So let them do that directly with the developers. The current system essentially has transmission rate payers subsidizing those hedges. To the extent any CRRs are used for that, they're being subsidized. So we just don't think, you know, that kind of hedging could,
Yeah.
if there's a demand for it, if there's value to hedging, and that seems like it would be a longer term hedge. We only sell CRRs, you know, a season ahead of time. So if there's any kind of a price risk hedge, just like any other market, there's entities that can offer those products. You know, presumably if an entity wants a hedge, it's willing to pay a premium for it. It's a form of insurance. So, you know,
yeah, which is why I'm concerned about your subsidization argument, because you're right.
Well,
they might be willing to pay a premium for this. And so the losses that you're seeing are not really losses. They're actually able to offer the customer a better price because they have that hedge locked in at that price. And they don't care whether or not they're making money or losing money off of that contract.
Well,
but anyways,
yeah,
you're
okay,
right.
yeah.
I mean,
let's you know, we're rehashing arguments. I know there's a lot of entities that want to keep CRRs. I know they're very profitable. They may be used for to facilitate some hedging and that. And, you know, I think we just think that should be done through a financial market, not out of a product that's subsidized out of congestion revenues that otherwise get refunded to transmission ratepayers.
yeah,
So
and that's where I
we
think
just
we
have a
disagree.
different opinion
And so
on
I would
this,
just
so.
urge CAISO to maybe consider what PGM and what MISO have done, which is when there is a debate like this, they hired an independent consultant that actually dug through all of the data and did a very thorough analysis. And in both studies, they demonstrated that CRR products save customers, and PGMO is $500 million a year.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
now, so we're.
I would
with
just,
that.
I would just
we don't
urge
agree with this
California.
study.
I mean, Eric, I don't want to rehash the arguments
Yeah,
like you said.
yeah.
I'm just making a request of CAISO. So thank you. I
Yeah.
really appreciate
Okay.
your presentation and your
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
thanks for the comment. We do have a lot of hands raised, and I'm trying to go in the order that the hand was raised. So I'll move next to Abram Klein.
Hi, thanks. And I promise, Eric, that I'm not going to rehash the arguments. I agree with you. I think we understand your perspective and you understand NOAA's. But I do think that there might be an area for common ground. And I'm curious what the DMM's position is with respect to the possibility that external entities, non-CalISO entities, are basically flooding California's 500 kV transmission network. And, you know, in some sense, it's causing underfunding, but ultimately that does go back to harm ratepayers because obviously the value of those CRRs ultimately will be lower with the high levels of underfunding that we're seeing on those constraints. So I'm wondering if the DMM has done any looking into the question of the loop flows and sort of missing CalISO money associated with either external entities using CalISO system or people exporting from California and going up to the Pacific Northwest or anything like that. And if you view that as a priority on your end to understand better.
I think that should be a high priority of the ISO. We don't have the data to do that. I think to do that, you need to have access to the full network model data that the ISO uses. We do not have access to all that information. Yeah, I know with part of the WEIM, the expectation was they get a lot of information now to better model the West, and that with the full network model, the ISO is going to be able to model loop flows better. But you know, maybe that it appears if loop flows are large and are not being captured in the market model, that's something that ISO should look at. So.
Okay, great. It sounds like we're on the same page about, you know, the importance of that as a market design question.
Yeah, absolutely. We think that's pretty, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Let's next go to Kathleen, and while we're going to Kathleen, I'll just mention, if you look at the ISO's report, which is out on the Martin Luther King Jr. Day weekend, and the congestion and the allocation of congestion rent over that weekend period, there's some very interesting results that I think are pertinent to this conversation. And on that note, I'll hand it over to Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks, Eric, for this presentation. I want to, if it's all right with you, like not focus on the solution set piece, but more of what I think you flagged on your last slide. We can go back or we can keep talking. That's kind of up to the presenter. But yeah, here, I think what you raised here was really important about the fact that these changes were implemented and we've seen a little analysis, but it does seem ripe to me to do a deeper dive into how the CRR performance is working in light of those changes back in 2019. So I did want to thank you for flagging that and kind of putting it in that lens from your perspective that it was a commitment that should be done. And Vistra supports you in that statement, and we wanted to throw out that support to make sure that we are doing that back cast. I wanted to share with you one specific issue that we've learned at the time that effort went through. You know, the focus was really on kind of more conventional generation as opposed to storage. And from a Vistra perspective, we have a large storage asset, 750 megawatts, 3,000 megawatt hours, but it didn't start becoming commercial until 2021. So when you look at these dates and kind of put it into context, I'm just going to be transparent. It wasn't necessarily on the horizon to think about how storage would need to hedge. And since we've now had operational assets, the CRR eligible sources and sink policy decision has become very clear to us that storage doesn't fit in there because our generating unit node can't be a sink when we're trying to hedge the charging side. So I just want to share that with you. Happy to see if you have any thoughts, but that's one very tangible thing we've seen that we think that there is a merit to kind of look back and see how it's doing and learn from how the market has evolved since then. Thanks.
Yeah, I haven't thought through batteries. I just off the top of my head, gosh, to my knowledge, a battery, it's the same node, the source. And so I don't know what you'd be hedging if it's, I don't know, it's the same node. So I haven't looked at that, but could be some issues there. So.
Thanks. I'll just mention there was a question for the link, a request for the link to the report. Brenda Corona just put that in the chat. And on that note, I'll hand it off to Roxy. And Roxy, if you would identify the company or group that you represent.
Fletcher at Sempra Infrastructure. My comment was on the role of merchant generators that are not owned and operated by a load serving entity, and how in a voluntary only CRR market, do they have adequate access to hedges, and how do they get that in a non-discriminatory manner?
How do they get a financial hedge? They submit a bid to buy a CRR.
My concern is in a voluntary only structure. How is there sufficient open access to it?
CRRs are purely financial. They're not, physical access is guaranteed through, or not, yeah, it's not guaranteed. It's a whole different, it has nothing to do with the CRRs, the physical access.
Right. It's just the comment that they are only allocated to load serving entities, and there are other entities who would like to be able to hedge their physical power flows that are not.
Well, then they I think somebody mentioned there's entities out there that offer CRR like products. They can approach a master of risk management, one of the financial entity that's good at risk management. They can, as a buyer and a seller, one is selling a risk management product and the other is seeking to buy risk management. So just like in any other commodity market, the efficient price is whatever is what the free market is willing to offer, the risk, price the risk at, or offer a hedging tool. So I guess that would be my answer. They would go to the market to get it.
We could go to the line of Doug Bochion.
The Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I just wanted to support Dr. Hildebrandt's proposal that this not be a discretionary initiative. This should be taken up by the ISO. It's been almost 5 years since the changes were made, and we're still seeing, the problems that the initiative was supposed to fix in 2019 haven't been fully fixed. And I also just want to mention this is a priority item for the consumer-owned utility sector of the Regional Issues Forum as well. I think it's time we revisit this proposal.
Thank you for that note. Just mention, I think for the prioritization and for effectively effectively ranking this issue compared to others, our plan right now is to have rankings by broad subject area. So in the case of each of the proposals today, you would be ranking CRR changes relative to some of the other proposals that you'll see later on today and some of the ones you'll see in other workshops, rather than looking at the specific elements of each of the proposals that you saw today from CDWR, WPTF, and from DMM. We will also ask for ranking within those particular CRRs, but we'll try to separate that because I'm hearing very sort of broad level support for looking into this issue in general, even when there's disagreement about exactly what the next steps would be. Thanks. We could open the line for Seth Cochran.
Yeah, I think there's just a strong assumption embedded in here that you can create a replacement market and everything will be fine. But Noha pointed out there are these products already traded, and on a point-to-point basis where you're offering to the actual bus bar on a resource node, those products are very seldomly traded. I did it for a living. It's very hard to connect on those. There's a lot of liquidity issues with those from the liquidity provider's aspect. There's a high risk premium on those. And it's just not a viable product, Derek. I mean, I know that you're trying to put together a substitute here, but I can tell you from decades of experience in the markets that you're just not going to be able to foster liquidity. And it's really going to leave the IPPs hanging out to dry. And that's really the result here. They're not going to be able to find hedges, nodal hedges, in a robust way in an open auction with central cleared prices that have forward price discovery. And it's just, I know it might sound good on paper, but this is totally untested and unproven.
Okay, yeah, I know we disagree on, I guess, the, yeah, we disagree.
You have to agree it's untested and unproven.
We disagree on whether, I think the disagreement is the extent to which transmission ratepayers should subsidize the getting, entities, what would you call IPP, subsidize any entity seeking a hedge. And I guess there's a lot of leakage because for every CRR that's used to hedge, I still think the evidence shows the bulk of CRRs are simply financial transactions that are not linked to a physical transaction of any kind. So again, I think we have a disagreement.
Seth, just for clarity, now you're remuted. I was just going to ask if you've had that experience in any market in which there is not also an ISO auctioning going on. You could unmute Seth again, please.
Well, the answer is no, but it's actually going to be worse because when those products do trade, those point-to-point products, they trade around the auctions because the auctions are what give some liquidity so that people can go into another secondary market and make those trades. It's like absent the auctions, it'd even be worse. Like that was the only way that when I traded those products that I could actually go out and offer them, was looking at the auctions and using it as a reference point and potentially using the auctions to manage some of the risk in those markets. It would actually be worse if you didn't have the FTR auctions in those markets or CR auctions. This proposal is just not workable. If it were like, the company I work for right now, Vitol, we would participate in this and help provide liquidity in these point-to-point hedges. And you may view it as an opportunity, but it's just not there. It's not workable. There's tremendous amounts of risk on offering point-to-point products that are not centrally cleared, that you can't have another opportunity to lay off your risk into. You're kind of stuck with it. There's high liquidity premiums. It just doesn't work.
Thanks for your comment. Are there any other questions on the line today? Okay. Seeing none, tremendous thank you to all of you for participating today, and a tremendous thank you to each of our three presenters this morning. It takes a lot of preparation, and I really appreciate your willingness to present and defend your position and also have an open discussion of positions. I think it helps all of us understand the proposals and what's being presented for a discretionary initiative. So thank you very much. After a well-deserved break after this point, we will be back at 1 o'clock with a discussion around demand response items. Thanks everybody very much, and see you at 1.
It's 1 p.m. exactly. Let's go ahead and make sure my CAISO team is ready, and then we can get started.
We're ready.
Great, thanks. All right, let's kick things off with the joint demand response parties for their presentation piece. Go ahead.
And before we kick it off with the joint demand response parties, thank you everybody for coming back. If you are one of the sponsoring parties of something being discussed today, whether or not you're presenting, if you would like to be promoted to the panelist list, which allows you to unmute yourself, please raise your hand and identify yourself to the producer. So thanks, Silas, and thanks, Brenda. And with that, I will hand it off to Elise Vanoy. And thank you, Elise, for presenting.
Alicia, this is Luke. Can we please have Joe Desmond promoted to panelist, please?
He's promoted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start right here. My name is Joe Desmond, and I'm an executive director of California Efficiency and Demand Management Council. The council is a statewide trade organization of non-utility companies that provide energy efficiency, demand response, and data analytics products and services in California. I'm introducing a joint proposal put forth by Leapfrog Power, Renew Home, formerly known as Home Connect, and the Council for a modified proxy demand resource that will more easily enable exporting behind-the-meter energy storage to participate in the CAISO market by allowing their exports to be credited towards their performance and demand response events. I am joined by Colin Smith, Regulatory Affairs Manager for LEAP, and Alicia Vanoy, Regulatory Affairs Manager for Renew Homes. We thank the CAISO for this opportunity to present our proposal and welcome any questions or comments that you may have following the presentation.
Next slide.
Thanks. I'll take over from here. Thank you everyone for joining. My name is Colin Smith from LEAP. I'm presenting with Renew Home and the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council on an exciting new proposal we put forward, the modified proxy demand resource mechanism, which we think will, as Luke said, or as Joe said, support greater participation of batteries in CAISO wholesale markets. So moving on to the next slide. So the current proxy demand resource that exists in CAISO does not effectively today accommodate behind the meter batteries. This is because demand response participants using battery storage do not receive a credit for those batteries exports back to the grid. Existing measurement options for demand response in CAISO require additional meters to be installed, and even if those additional meters are installed, or if they don't need to be installed, these measurement approaches assign a zero value to performance intervals or demand response intervals in which the battery is exporting power back to the grid. What this means is that a demand response customer or participant who is exporting power back to the grid with their battery will not receive any credits or compensation for those exports in CAISO, no matter what sort of measurement process or what sort of baseline measurement methodology they elect to use. As a result, CAISO at this time does not have visibility into exports from behind the meter battery assets when they participate in demand response. Jumping on to the next slide, see a little bit why this is going to be so important in the future. The use of distributed energy resources in California is growing rapidly. I have some figures on the left here that demonstrate how quickly things like EVs and behind meter battery storage are growing across the country and in California specifically, which across the decade that we're currently in expects a 770% increase in behind the meter battery deployments from 2019 to 2030 based on the CEC's forecasts. However, CAISO is not currently set up to be able to leverage the grid support that these batteries are able to provide to the full extent. There are currently several programs in California that allow and compensate batteries for exports back to the grid. These include the Demand Side Grid Support Program through the CEC, or even NEM 3.0 and Net Energy Metering 3.0. However, these programs are all out of market and don't show up on CAISO supply plans. And as a result, CAISO has no visibility into when and where these batteries will be exporting back to the grid. A way to solve this is to integrate these batteries that are exporting back to the grid into the wholesale market, so that these battery exports will be visible to CAISO and dispatchable by CAISO during grid emergencies. Moving on to the next slide, can see sort of how significant this export potential is. Batteries currently in California have significantly more capacity than they are nominating in wholesale markets. A Tesla Powerwall on average can discharge about 4.5 kilowatts of energy back to the grid against an average afternoon household load of 1.2 kilowatts. What this means is that in wholesale markets, storage customers are cutting their nominations by potentially over 70% to make sure that they are able to make sure that they don't nominate more than their household load because they will not be compensated for any battery discharge beyond what will zero out their household load. As a result, many customers could discharge more energy than their household load if they wanted to, but CAISO currently only has visibility into a portion of the battery output that was bid into the market as demand response. Because customers have no incentive to bid more than that 1.2 kilowatts of household load in wholesale markets, there's a significant amount of value being left on the table by customers participating in demand response. This impacts customer revenue and participation in resource adequacy by behind the meter storage. If customers were compensated for the output from their battery, for the full output from their battery, including exports back to the grid, this would increase the value of these batteries by 3.5 times by Leap's calculation. This is significant when you think about how many batteries are in California right now and will be in California. So right now, California has roughly 843 megawatts of residential battery storage installed. Less than 10 megawatts of that participates in third-party wholesale integrated programs, even though they've been able to participate in these programs for some time. By contrast, the demand-side grid support program just last year created an offering for behind-the-meter batteries, and in that first year, 10.4 megawatts of behind-the-meter storage participate in DSGS. There are a number of reasons for that, but one of the main reasons is that customers can just make a lot more money participating in DSGS than in RA right now because DSGS credits for exports. So that kind of demonstrates the scale and potential for behind-the-meter battery exports in CAISO that is not being utilized right now. Moving on to the next slide, we can see how this scale of hidden or unused capacity by the market is going to grow over time. So what a lack of export credits in CAISO effectively does is it hides a substantial amount of residential battery capacity from CAISO. CAISO will only ever be able to see the battery capacity that is nominated in this market, and customers will only ever nominate their battery. Well, customers will limit their nominations because they are not credited for exports in CAISO at this time. In 2024, that hidden capacity amounted to roughly 620 megawatts. That is to say, even if every single battery customer in California participated in RA in 2024, CAISO would lose out on effectively 620 megawatts of capacity from those customers. As behind-the-meter battery storage grows over time, this will increase to at least 1.4 gigawatts of hidden capacity by 2030. And this is just residential behind-the-meter batteries. Commercial industrial batteries, and especially bidirectional EVs, will have an even larger impact on this missed opportunity. Especially with California's extremely ambitious EV adoption goals, if only 10% of California's of the EVs expected to be adopted or targeted to be adopted in California by 2030 participate in an RA program or in resource adequacy, that would represent at least 5 gigawatts of hidden capacity to the market by 2030. So you can see that this is already a significant lost opportunity by CAISO, and it will only grow and continue to get significantly larger in the future. Jumping on to the next slide, I'll pass the mic off to my colleague, Alicia from New Home, to talk about the solution that we are discussing today.
Thanks so much for that great background, Colin. So the modified proxy demand resource is certainly not our idea. Originally, this was proposed during a Energy Division industry briefing in August of 2023. And really, the main point of this proposal is to allow individual service accounts export to count towards aggregation's demand response performance, so long as the total load at the sublap is positive. And so this really contemplates a mix of storage and non-storage customers, so that you don't have a net export at the sublap level. And some of the benefits for this proposal include providing additional awareness around exporting resources, providing additional energy supply, and also additional capacity if this is recognized by the CPUC, but that is a bit out of our purview today. Next slide, please. I apologize for providing math and a table on a slide here today, but I think this is really helpful for helping people understand what is the difference between the demand response energy measurement in PDR as it stands today versus what we're proposing with the modified proxy demand resource measurement. So if I could draw your attention to the first column where it says locations 1 and 2, these are the examples that are showing battery exports from each of these locations. And so the math is pretty simple for the demand response energy measurement for PDR. It's really taking the baseline and subtracting what is essentially a floored load. So as you can see in column B, technically the metered load of these two locations are showing battery exports. However, under the PDR DREM as it is today, their load is floored at 0. So essentially these exports are not counted towards the overall aggregation's performance. And it's important to note here that while I'm showing these individual calculations, the performance for the aggregation is what is processed by CAISO, and that's really what this comes down to. And so ultimately, I think under the modified proxy demand response resource, it would be up to the aggregator to decide how these credits would be apportioned across all the customers within the aggregation. And so just as a reminder, net load is going to remain positive at the sublap, and it's never going to be exporting to the transmission grid. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We believe that this structure was designed with the concerns surrounding deliverability. And in order to address that, knowing that resources are interconnected under Rule 21, which would address any reliability concerns on the distribution system, as well as preclude the need for a deliverability study based on this construct. If we could go to the next slide. In summary, we really think without the deliverability study that there would be minimal cost for the implementation of this concept. Really, it's just changing the rules surrounding the demand response energy measurement for PDRs. And we think that this would be a relatively straightforward implementation pathway for CAISO. I'm sure that there are other concerns around the CPUC, but as I mentioned before, that is not the purview or the main message of our proposal today. And we look forward to receiving questions from stakeholders.
Thank you all very much for that presentation. I'll open it up for stakeholders. Could you unmute Alva Sabobada?
Hi, this is Alva Sabobada from PG&E. Great to see this being presented. One thing I'm curious about is it possible because of customer behavior that you would see a net export from this aggregation? And what would the consequence of that be? Does it just go to 0, or what? I mean, are there deliverability concerns that arise if people start, using their batteries just unilaterally, or for example, their EVs or whatever? I'm just curious what the consequences would be.
Answer or take that question quickly and then pass it off to my co-presenters to add any more details. So the idea would be that any export past the sublap, or any if the load of the sublap ever drops below 0, then the performance by the demand response aggregation would be floored at zero. And so no demand response aggregator would be compensated for any exports that go past zero at the sublab level. What this means is that demand response aggregators will be careful to ensure that the aggregations they put together would not exceed that, would not create a negative load to the sublab, because they wouldn't be compensated for any export past that at the sublab level. And so there would be no incentive for them to do so. And so we don't expect that there would be any significant risk that load at these sublabs would drop below zero, to the extent that they do, based on incidental customer, if a customer overperformed extremely well in an event, it would be a relatively small amount of backflow on the system. But what I'd like to emphasize is that this is extremely unlikely to happen. Demand response aggregators know how much these batteries can export, and they would be very careful to leave plenty of buffer to make sure that sublab load never drops below zero, because they would not be compensated for doing so. If there is a need for additional safeguards to ensure that CAISO is comfortable that this would never occur, we're happy to discuss the parameters around those safeguards in stakeholder groups as we kind of flesh out the design of this proposal.
Great. So you have some concept there might be technical protections that were possible, as well as the fact that there's no economic incentive.
Correct.
I would also add in that same topic, an aggregation and the amount of load that's within an aggregation is going to be pretty small compared to what is going on in an overall sublab. So we would just be a very small percentage of everything that's going on within a sublab.
Certainly now, I mean, when some of those numbers that you presented, they were looking pretty large. Thank you.
There's a question from Lee Ewing. And again, if you'd identify the group that you represent, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Lee.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you, Colin, Alicia, and Joe for your presentation. This is Lee Ewing with C-Power. For those who are unfamiliar with C-Power, we are a VPP provider with about 6 to 7 gigawatts of resources across the country. I just wanted to pipe up real quick to convey C-Power's strong support for this proposal as just a way to unlock capacity that is going to be already on the grid to help contribute to California's reliability needs. So again, thank you very much, folks, for your presentation.
Thanks, Lee.
All right. I'm seeing a question from Kimia Abreu. And again, if you'd mention the group that you represent.
Hi, Kimaya Abreu here from Voltus. I wanted to echo Lee's comment and thank the presenters for this very clear and thorough explanation of the proposal. Voltus is also a demand response provider that aggregates in California and across the country, as well as in parts of Canada. And we think this is a very valuable short-term proposal with low lift from what we understand so far. And the potential to really provide some assurances to aggregators of the revenue streams associated with behind the meter battery resources, and we see that as really spurring investment in these resources at a critical moment to help meet California's load shift goals. So thank you again.
Thank you for the comment. Moving on to Kate Unger, and apologies to everybody for mispronouncing your names. I do. Kate Unger?
Hi, if I managed to get off mute.
Yes.
Great. It's Kate Unger with the California Solar and Storage Association. This proposal certainly seems worth pursuing for consideration. It's my understanding that this approach would allow for greater certainty and estimates of capacity to be offered because it reduces the need to consider on-site load and its uncertainties Also, that uncertainty leads to depressing the amount of capacity that can be offered into the market today. I was wondering if any of you could comment on this consideration.
Throw that back to our presenters today.
I can take this. Hi, this is Luke Tugas, consultant for the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council. Yeah, that's a great question, Kate. I think this is something that we have our eye on, and I'm very much aware that there have been efforts made over the past couple of years in the by parties in the resource adequacy proceeding to find some way to account for these resources in terms of resource adequacy counting and having them recognized as RA resources. And so it would be our ideal situation, should this to move forward at the ISO, if it was adopted, for it to also be considered as in the RA proceeding as well as a capacity product.
Okay. If you'd open the line for Doug Boccione.
Hi, this is Doug Boccione for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I think this is a really important initiative and well worth pursuing. And I'd also encourage people to think about the potential benefits of reducing the need for distribution and transmission system investment, because it seems like this resource could have a significant beneficial impact in reducing those capital needs.
An additional potential benefit. Thank you for mentioning that. Are there any other questions on the line before we move to the next? Okay. With that, thank you all very much for presenting this today. With that, if we could switch to the other deck of slides. Brenda, there's another demand response related proposal. This one comes from SCE. If you would move forward in the deck. There you go. Back. There we go. Thank you. This is a proposal that was put forward by Southern California Edison, and they're available to take questions on the panelist list. They were, however, not available today to present. So the offer stands for this, in this particular case for SE, but the offer stands for this workshop and for future workshops. The ISO can present the proposal that you submitted as it was submitted. And that is the limitation of having the ISO present. So if you would move on to the next slide. This one is about changing the discrete dispatch limit for RDRR. So the first subject today was about creating a new design for the proxy demand response resource, PDR. This is about the reliability demand response resource. It is a previously submitted issue. Currently, the CAISO model limits RDRRs to a discrete dispatch limit of 100 megawatts, even if that resource happens to be larger than 100 megawatts. IOUs, investor-owned utilities in California, operate demand response programs that are aggregations of thousands of customers. And it's not practical to break that aggregation of customers into sub-resources to stay under that 100 megawatt limit. Doing so excludes single resources that exceed the 100 megawatt limit. This again is SCE's proposal, so I'm speaking on behalf of SCE. CAISO does provide exceptions to this limitation, but the criteria is unrealistic to meet. If you go to the next slide. These are the exceptions to the 100 megawatt discrete dispatch limit for RDRRs. CAISO states that an exception would be granted if the following conditions are met. First, the demand response provider has to attest that the reliability demand response resource is located at a single site, so it's a single interconnection point, cannot safely or operationally be split into multiple loads, and does not have the ability to operate under the marginal real-time dispatch operation. And this is the second condition. The CAISO determines that the resources, RDR's use of the discrete real-time dispatch option does not cause significant reliability issues. Next slide, please. The proposed initiative here is that the CAISO consider eliminating the 100 megawatt cap and address any concerns related with lifting that limit. SCE proposes that the CAISO should change the exception criteria in order to allow discrete RDRR resources above 100 megawatts to participate in the CAISO market without unnecessary restrictions. Next slide, please. This supports a number of the ISO strategic objectives, including reliably and efficiently integrating new resources, by proactively upgrading operational capabilities. And finally, the timing and urgency. SCE has multiple RDRRs that exceed 100 megawatts, and those that exceed 100 megawatts require discrete dispatching. And I do believe that is the last slide. Could you go forward one slide? Yeah, if you go back up. That is the demand response RDRR 100 megawatt dispatch proposal that was submitted by SCE. I'll open the line for any questions at all, and thank you to the representative from SCE who's available on the panelist list. See any, I'll mention SE had another proposal as well related to demand response. That was a proposal that we believe has been addressed, at least in part, and we will provide that feedback publicly as well for everybody else. But if there's interest in that as well, that had to do with the timing of dispatch options available for demand response resources and the modeling of those.
I don't see any questions in queue. Silas, do we have any questions in the audio only line?
No, there are no questions on the phone line at this time.
Okay. All right. I don't remember off the top of my head if the next presentation is the CDWR presentation on real-time bidding of load, which I'm also presenting. Yes. All right, if you could go to the next slide. This likewise is a presentation that was submitted by the California Department of Water Resources. Again, I'm able to present the material that they submitted in writing. I'm not able to answer any questions beyond that. I believe we may have we may have representatives from CDWR available for questions on the call, and if so, if you would raise your hand at that time and be promoted, you can take some of these questions yourself. Okay, if you go to the next slide. This, as the SCE proposal, has been submitted previously to the policy initiative catalog. I think this has the record for things that we've heard about as having been submitted to the catalog for many years. So for at least the last 10 years as aggregated pumps and pump storage. Participating load resources currently do not have the ability to bid demand into the real-time market. This again is as submitted by CDWR. Stepping outside of my role presenting their work, I'll just mention here that there are several avenues for load to bid into the real-time market. Those avenues, though, are not customized to the aggregated pumps and pump storage. So that's part of the challenge here. Stepping back into presenting this, the proposed initiative is to seek a solution to allow load resources to bid in real time to increase or decrease energy consumption. The ability to bid demand in the real-time market would greatly reduce the current barriers to participating loads participation and the wholesale demand response, and could help with system reliability during abnormal grid conditions or overgeneration periods. Next slide, please. The initiative scope would be to explore current CAISO models that could potentially be allowed for participating load resources to bid in demand in the real-time market. And second, to explore modification of existing CAISO models that could be utilized for participating load resources to bid in demand in real time, or potentially explore new models that would allow for this functionality. Next slide, please. Justification for this is that real-time load bidding could possibly improve system reliability during grid conditions, such as overgeneration periods. With real-time load bidding, participating load resources could better respond to ramping needs by shifting demand during critical ramping periods when water conditions permit. Real-time load bidding would provide the ISO more visibility on how much flexibility each participating load resource may have during real-time conditions. And this could assist with load forecasting to improve grid reliability. Next slide, please. This supports a number of strategic objectives. Those include building on the foundation of the Western Energy Imbalance Market to expand Western market opportunities, effectively prioritizing and sequencing market design enhancements, enabling new technologies through efficient market rules and interfaces, reliably and efficiently integrating new resources by proactively upgrading operational capabilities, and modernizing tools that support control center operations. Next slide, please. Okay. If you would go back just 2 slides, I want to make sure that I'm giving this the right, actually one more slide. Thank you. There we go. So the core of this proposal, and again, all of the proposals that we received are available on the website for your review. The core of this proposal is really to look at the existing models for participating load resources, and to really understand how and why these models may not fit for the pump resources that CDWR is referring to, and to explore whether any of those models need to be changed or new models developed. And with that, I see we have a question from Alva Svoboda. Thank you, Alva.
Yes, Amelia, this is really almost a question to you because of your comment. My impression is that this is almost more of a gap issue than an actual new design. My impression was that pumps were expected to be able to bid non-spin reserves at in the beginning of the MRTU initiative, which would require that they be able to bid energy in some form in real time. Maybe I may be wrong on that, but wondering if the way you spoke of it points in that direction, or whether you think this is something that requires more of a full-scale effort in order to make this possible.
I think it really requires looking at the existing models for participating load. We grouped this with the demand response section because in some ways, although demand response is modeled as generation and participating load would be modeled as a participating load, you know, it's covering a similar, at least to me, there's some overlap in the interest there. The kinds of participating load that we have now include just broadly three categories, include exports, for example, in the real-time market, include the charging portion of the storage resources that we've been discussing, which also are able to bid that charging portion into the real-time market. And we've also got a number of participating load resources that are essentially sort of pilot projects. So I think there is some optionality available in some of those to allow for more participating demand. There is relatively little demand elasticity in the real-time market compared to the day-ahead market. And that is because most of the real-time load is inelastic. Allowing, to CDWR's point in the submission, allowing these resources to bid in subject to all of the many physical constraints that they face and be able to reflect that as elastic demand in the market would allow for some additional market efficiencies. So it is.
Thank you. I agree. I think I even remember some years ago that the CDWR pumps were used to good effect in some cases of reliability needs by CAISO. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to CDWR for proposing this as part of the next step. It would be helpful to better understand from CDWR what the limitations are that prevent them from using the existing models, and I think that's some work we need to do potentially offline. Don't see any more raised hands, and I believe at this point you get a break from hearing me talking, and I'll pass it back to a market participant. Brenda, I think we are ready for
Sam.
The next presentation, which is in the wide, the deck of the wide slides. There we go.
Yeah,
thank you.
As a reminder, we did post the attendee list, so those who want to see who's on the call, feel free to see that link that I added to the chat. But let's go ahead and test Sam's audio first to make sure his audio is coming in clear.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Great.
Wonderful. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of CLECA, the California Large Energy Consumers Association. I'm presenting kind of a combined topic related to RDRR dispatch. There are two proposals here, one related to minimum on time and one related to fixed cost. They could be considered jointly or one or the other, depending on prioritization. But the overall topic is shared. Next slide, please. So just as a quick agenda, just cover RDRR background quickly, how RDRR is dispatched, generally relatively recent changes to RDR dispatch, the actual proposals and what they entail, and then updating everyone on the recent CAISO related proposal and discuss next steps for these proposals. Next slide, please. So many of you know this, I'm sure, but RDRR is Reliability Demand Response Resource, and it consists primarily of utility programs, and RDRR is the way that it integrates into the CAISO. RDRR has historically been a reliability product dispatched under emergency conditions. It's been highly reliable in my perspective. RDRR was dispatched several times in 2020 and 2022, and it was very helpful in preventing rolling outages, rotating outages. And RDRR is typically dispatched for several hours across the entirety of a grid stress event, and that relates to the minimum on time discussion here. The majority of these megawatts participating in these programs are large C&I customers. So think very large industrials is a big chunk of the megawatts. These customers are primarily interested in producing their widget, whatever that may be. That's their primary focus, but they're enrolled in these programs partly to help the grid and partly to offset high cost of energy. So their focus is on their production. Their management of grid activities is not their primary business. These customers often have very high opportunity costs, where each curtailment may cost them a tremendous amount of money. Lost production, lost wages, unproductive energy, maintenance costs, restart costs. And these operations are tremendously complicated. So they may take many hours to return to service. They may have complicated protocols to enact a curtailment and then restart. So one curtailment is no small thing for many of these customers enrolled in this program. Enrollment in RDRR in the various programs has declined significantly in the last several years, resulting in reduced capacity available to the grid. It's partly due to high frequency of dispatches, notably in 2020, 2022. And from what we're hearing from market participants, there's a lot of concern about potential increased frequency of events in the future and uncertainty about how dispatches will be conducted, general uncertainty. So really what we're trying to do here is kind of mitigate both those issues. So both minimum on time and fixed cost have the potential to improve the accuracy of these resources in economic dispatch, which is good for general resource optimization. And second, they can mitigate potential program attrition and retain these customers in the program by increasing certainty about how dispatch will occur. So that's really what we're trying to do here between these two proposals. Next slide, please. For background, RDRR has historically been dispatched by forced/exceptional dispatch. These are synonymous terms at the discretion of CAISO operators under specified operating conditions. So more or less, an operator can push a button to dispatch these resources. That's the typical way they're dispatched. They can also, RDRR can also be enabled for economic dispatch. The enablement is at the discretion of CAISO operators, and then the market will dispatch the resources if they hit bid price and operational characteristic guidance. This proposal, these two proposals, would only impact the economic dispatch portion, and whether or not RDRR is enabled for economic dispatch, CAISO operators retain the discretion to dispatch by force or exceptionally. So however we may or may not change economic dispatch, CAISO operators can always push the button thereafter. Next slide, please. So I think these proposals make sense in general, and they would have, despite any dispatch changes, but they've become more pertinent given recent changes. So for many, many years, RDRR was dispatched under the AWE system under AWE warning conditions. It was eligible to be dispatched then. In 2022, the implementation of NERC EEA standards to comply with the NERC standard occurred. And under that standard, RDRR was eligible for dispatch under EEA1 conditions. In June of 2023, the CPUC, in an RA decision, ruled that RDRR could be available or should be available for dispatch under EEA watch conditions. That ruling resulted in CAISO changing its emergency procedures 4420, changing the dispatch requirement from EEA1 to EEA watch. And so this change, whatever somebody may think about that change, that the movement from EEA1 to EEA watch created the possibility that these resources could be enabled for economic dispatch during EEA watch prior to emergency conditions. That caused great concern amongst participating RDR customers. And I think even just as important, it increased the importance of accurately reflecting the resource operating characteristics for economic dispatch. So in other words, if you're dispatching these resources very late in the emergency process, the details of exactly their operating conditions is maybe less important because you're so late in the process. As we move earlier and earlier, we really have to get it correct. We have to get it as accurate as we can. Next slide, please. So again, there's two proposals here related to address the issues I just went through. First is minimum on time, and the second is fixed cost. A lot more work has been done thus far on minimum on time. But essentially, that issue is to increase the allowed minimum on time that these resources can put their master file in their file allowed under the tariff, and modify CAISO's dispatch systems to respect that longer minimum on time for dispatch. So again, the goal is to accurately reflect participating customer physical requirements during dispatch. And the issue, there's two fundamental issues. One is that the tariff rules limit the maximum minimum on time to 1 hour. And then the second issue, and that's an issue because many of these participating demand response customers have longer minimum on times than 1 hour, but they're capped at 1 hour. And then the other issue is that these resources are dispatched in RTPD, which has a limited time horizon, which is insufficient for any substantially increased MOT. And the related issues that the STUC does not currently respect MOT for dispatch optimization. So the first proposal is to address both of these issues. First, to allow higher minimum on times in the tariff, and then to have the CAISO dispatch systems respect that higher MOT. And notably here, the proposal is to allow higher MOTs, not to mandate higher MOTs. So the entities that are submitting the bids, submitting the characteristics in the master file, would strive to accurately reflect the characteristics in their master file up to a new higher MOT. So that's the first proposal. The second proposal is related to allowing fixed costs in RDRR bids. So the current rules don't allow this at all. Whereas for many other resources like a conventional generator, fixed costs are part of the bid process. There's a certain amount of cost to, fuel costs, say, that depends on how many hours or intervals you run, and then there's a different cost that's per dispatch. And many RDRR customers have costs that are not tied to a dispatch event, similar to other, say, conventional generators. So for example, many customers might lose a fixed value of product, a fixed value of widgets for a single event, no matter if that event was 1 hour or 5 hours or any other number. So accurately modeling that in the dispatch decision would increase reliability, increase accuracy of this resource optimization. And then lastly, on this one, I'll acknowledge that quantifying these values for individual heterogeneous resources is a challenge. How do you quantify these things for every customer? Do you do it for a portfolio? And that would be part of this process going forward. How do you quantify these values? Last slide, please. So a lot of these issues were outlined very well by the CAISO in a proposal, the final version released January 18th of this year, related to RDRR dispatch and minimum on time. So the proposal recognized a lot of these issues related to resource optimization accuracy and potential attrition of customers, which would impact RDRR capacity, arguably already has and could in the future. So the CAISO proposed a tariff change to allow a longer minimum on time, guided by the stuck horizon. So the minimum on time and the resource startup time would be equal to or less than 255 minutes. The issue is the CAISO identified and clarified that change alone would not impact the economic dispatch decision, because the systems that control the dispatch essentially don't look out that far. So this proposal basically, takes that ISO proposal, says let's do the tariff change and investigate what systems changes are necessary to accurately reflect and respect that any longer minimum on time. And then while we're at it, while we're looking at system changes, let's consider if and what fixed costs should be allowed at the same time. So that's the end of my proposal.
Thank you. I see there's a question on the phone.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon again. This is Luke Chugas, consultant for the California Efficiency and Demand Management Council. Just want to thank Sam for this presentation, this proposal. The council definitely supports this. I think that with the adoption of a lower activation threshold for RDRRs by the PUC and subsequently by the ISO, that has changed the calculus associated with opportunity costs of participating customers. And so I think it's absolutely critical that we reassess these two elements of their dispatch and activation and dispatch and compensation to ensure that we can achieve a sustainable kind of balance between risks and rewards for bid participants going forward. Thank you.
Just for clarity, I want to make clear that a lot of these questions are specific to reliability demand response. Some of those stem from the specific tariff section that applies to reliability demand response and the way that that tariff was implemented in the market optimization. So part of what Sam so nicely presented today is the challenges that, from CLECA's perspective, RDR resources have to have the market optimization reflect their costs in the market accurately. And those often are specifically for reliability demand response resources. If they were conventional resources, they would be able to represent their minimum on time, their startup costs, their minimum load costs, and be able to bid those into the market. And that's the challenge here. Are there any other questions on the line? I'll mention also, if you're interested, Sam included in the deck here, and I think we've also posted on the website for the catalog process, that this was the subject of a stakeholder process and a set of documents, and I think you provided the final ISO proposal there.
Yep.
If anybody wants to dig into it. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for presenting today. Right. Brenda, if you would switch back to the narrow deck, go forward a few. Okay. This is another proposal that I have the honor of presenting on behalf of a set of participants. In this case, a couple notes I want to make for everybody. These are 3 market participants who submitted distinct proposals in the catalog process. After, I believe they may have coordinated somewhat before they submitted those, but even moving past that, they've continued to coordinate on those proposals. They submitted a more refined, focused proposal in the last week, and that more refined proposal is posted on the stakeholder catalog website and is available for all of your review. The deck of slides that I put together based on what they submitted, the first set of slides is based on the more refined proposal that came in last week. The original set of slides I won't cover in their entirety, goes through the material that was submitted in their original 3 sets of proposals. This in large part, I think, is the process that we're all going through, and making sure that we correctly sort of focus the discussion on the actionable items that the ISO can take. So if you move on to the next slide, I will present this as stated in the refined proposal. There are representatives of each PacifiCorp, I think, NV Energy and Portland General Electric on the line, and if you'd like to be promoted, if you'd raise your hand and be promoted, that would be great. Thank you. Kalia Savage. Thank you. All right. The revised proposal is that stakeholders not incur additional cost for demand response participation within the market. And to provide some near-term changes, PacifiCorp would like to amend its previous submission and request the CAISO to consider the following improvements and evaluate them for feasibility. Next slide. Part 1. It's the current understanding that the PDR baseline methodologies, so that's the participating demand response, not the reliability demand response resource, are included in the CAISO tariff, which makes changes or additions to the filed baseline methodologies difficult. Instead of overhauling and or redoing a formal baseline study, PacifiCorp would like the CAISO to opine on the viability of moving the baseline methodologies from the tariff into the CAISO's business practice manuals. Next slide, please. This would provide for flexibility of baseline methodologies to be added and or evaluated for consideration and approval. In light of the purpose of baselines, it might be necessary to create evaluation criteria for the CAISO and stakeholders to evaluate these new baseline methodologies proposed by stakeholders. PacifiCorp considers this approach as a possible way to create more flexibility for additional baseline methodologies to be evaluated and, if deemed acceptable, to get approved for usage under PDR. Stepping out of my role presenting this on behalf of these entities, a couple more notes. One, this is a submission that we got from PacifiCorp. Particularly, I believe they had the input of NV Energy and Portland General Electric, but this is PacifiCorp's revised entry. The second thing I'll note is that just to explain some of the vocabulary here, there is the ISO has rules that are defined in the tariff. To change anything in the tariff requires getting approval by the Board of Governors and or the WEIM governing body, and requires those tariff changes to be submitted at FERC. It's not and approved by FERC. It is not a short process, and it takes a lot of resources to make those changes. The ISO also has a public process for changing rules that are in the business practice manuals, or BPMs. That process is also public. That process takes stakeholder feedback, but it's a much less burdensome process. And I think that's the core of this first part of the proposal, is to move these baseline methodologies from the tariff to the BPM, which would make them more flexible. The second little bit of vocabulary I want to make sure I define for everybody is what is a baseline methodology. The settlement of PDR resources is done as the difference between a metered value and an estimate of what that resource would have been consuming. That estimate of what that resource would have been consuming is the baseline. There are accepted methodologies for evaluating those baseline submissions, and that is the particular concern being raised here, is that there should be additional ways of estimating a baseline methodology, being open to that. Go back to the proposal, if you go on to the next slide. Part 2. PacifiCorp requests operational enhancements to the current submission process for demand response programs as a load modifier. This is a separate thing. The current workaround process requires participants to communicate to the CAISO when they wish to use their demand response programs as a load modifier in real time via email. Additionally, it is impractical to submit load forecast adjustments for multiple demand response resource programs with the anticipated increase in demand response resource programs that are likely on the horizon, leaving the current workaround to not be scalable. Stepping out again, a little bit of context here. In the WEIM market, for the purposes of the resource sufficiency evaluation, there are processes in place to submit load modifiers as part of that testing process, to submit load forecast adjustments to account for demand response. It is particularly that process and inefficiencies in that process that these three current WEIM market participants are raising here. Next slide. A potential enhancement could be the possibility of utilizing base scheduling. For example, if the forecast megawatt response changes as the operating hour approaches, WEIM participants could adjust their base schedules to reflect their updated forecast. instead of the CAISO adjusting the load forecast each time a participant wants to change the forecast response megawatts. Next slide. This starts the set of slides that are included that reflect the original submissions from these entities. I'm not going to read everything on these slides as we go through them, but I'll highlight a couple different points that were made separately by all three of these entities. Point one is that there are large demand response programs that are currently operational in the WEIM. And each of these entities highlights problems or issues with reflecting those resources correctly in the market. The second point, and this was made strongly by all three of these entities, is that they expect in the future to have a lot more demand response. And they expect that demand response that's coming in to be different than the existing demand response. So they want to ensure, and I think this is a commonality across all 5 of the presentations today, they want to ensure that they're able to accurately reflect those resources in the market for an efficiency gain, I think, across the board. I will end there and ask if either Pacific Corp, Portland General, or NV Energy has anything they'd like to add today. Kalia, you can unmute yourself, I believe.
Hello, this is Kalia Savage with PGE. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you presenting on these slides on behalf of us. Pacific Corp was really instrumental in helping kind of drive the initial proposal on proxy demand response. And it's true that PGE and Nevada Energy, we coordinated a lot with Pacific Corp, especially after we had submitted comments on the annual policy roadmap. And I think in general, and what I think these slides capture is that we each have different demand response needs. I'll say briefly on behalf of Nevada, I'm not sure if Lindsay is able to chime in case I get this wrong, but they are really looking at this from a future demand response need. And then for PGE, we have a slew of different customer demand response programs, from thermostats to water heater. And so we just have a lot of variation in the way that we have demand response use cases, as opposed to Pacific Corp, who has probably more irrigation, and just the use cases are really vast. So I think where we at least aligned, and I heard kind of through other folks' presentations, is being able to have the flexibility to call upon and utilize these demand response resources in a way that kind of meets our different needs, as opposed to the way that it feels right now, which is kind of a one size fits all. I hope that makes sense. So I think based on what we had kind of initially commented on, which was, yes, we are looking for enhancements to proxy demand response, maybe demand response in general. I think there's kind of a theme amongst the other folks' presentations I also am interested in as well. But I think in general, we're just looking to make changes to the demand response program, especially from like a WEAM participant and EDAM participant perspective. I'm also happy to answer any clarifying questions on that, but we're just looking to kind of make a placeholder on the catalog to be able to explore demand response in general. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I think particularly the issue that was highlighted in the new submission, but it's in some of the existing older submissions as well, has to do with the particular process that WEIM balancing areas go through to pass the resource sufficiency evaluation and the email-only load modifier process that's in place today. So there are some particular aspects of this that apply only in the WEIM that you were highlighting.
Yeah, and I think our general thoughts was that a lot of the enhancements, or at least the current methodology in place, is a lot more focused on entities within the CAISO BAA, and so it does really make it difficult for entities like PGE to participate because we are sending like a manual email to try to call a demand response event. And maybe the CAISO is able to take a look at it the day before, maybe not, or they just choose to not accept the event, but we call it anyway. And so there's kind of risks that we take in that in terms of imbalance. And so we're just looking to, as we're moving forward and as our fleet becomes more extensive, being able to treat it a lot more like a generation resource and have those enhancements reflect that, at least from PGE's specific perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I see there's a hand raised from Nadia. Where?
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for presenting. And PacifiCorp just wanted to echo what Kalia had just mentioned in her brief comments here. A lot of the reason partially why we submitted and resubmitted an amendment to this effort to be considered part of the roadmap was that we're going through all of our EDAM practices. We're really open up the hood as to what we need for implementation, what tools can we use to be able to be an equal participant in EDAM along with the CAISO. Where things stand today, the CAISO is able to use their demand response programs for their EDAM RSC evaluation. Where the process is now, we found that the registration process in the past, when we have tried to register our demand response programs, were very cumbersome, and we weren't able to achieve that goal. And so moving forward, going under the EDAM, we would like to be able to have a similar playing field as the CAISO has, with being able to call on these programs, be able to bid them into the market, either as a load modifier or as a supply resource. So that's a bit where PacifiCorp is coming from, and to make these programs able to be open to participants outside of the CAISO. Because what we really realized here is that the registration process and the requirements are really California centric. And so we would like to move the process along to where outside participants, whether WEIM or EDAM, will be able to register their resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I also see Lindsay Schleckway.
Hi, Lindsay Schleckway with NV Energy. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, since PacifiCorp and both Portland General stated their reasoning here, I thought we'd go ahead and state ours. We really just wanted a placeholder in the catalog for demand response to look at this in the future, as we understand demand response will become more and more important in the future. So we just wanted to support adding it to the catalog, but we didn't have any specific proposals at this time.
Thank you. Thank you all. Are there any other questions on the line? I see CEDMC.
Yes, hi, this is Luke Kachugas from the SEDMEC again. I just want to thank folks from for Amelia for delivering the presentation, but also, of course, the sponsors, Pacific Core NV Energy and PGE. The council has been, in our comments on the EDAM, we've been very, supportive of, demand response opportunities among, EDAM entities and, of course, WEIM entities to the extent they're not the same. And I'm actually seeing three different proposals here. The first one, we definitely support the idea of having, moving the baseline process into the business practice manuals. I think would really improve the, make it much easier to, change the baselines methodologies or add new ones as things change, within the portfolio, DR portfolio overall in the state with different technologies and new considerations that pop up. So I think that's a really creative idea. And then the other one was the second one was to have a better way to facilitate the use of load modifying DR. We're definitely supportive of that as well. Especially in the context of the EDAM and again the WEIM to improve the ability of these entities to be able to use their DR in order to satisfy their RSEs. And then finally the implied, I guess, third proposal that I see is basically a reassessment of the PDR in order to make sure that is working for WEIM and EDAM entities. I think the council is supportive of options, of choices, whether it's in the market or out of the market. And so if we could get both load modifying as well as market integrated DR, that process for how they're being accounted for in the ISO market tightened up and dialed in nicely, I think that would be benefit reliability quite a bit. We would support that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Are there any other comments on the line? Seeing none, I really want to thank all three of these participants for spending the additional time to really refine this proposal and being willing to present it today. I've said that a number of times, but it is the work that it takes to make these proposals, I think, broadly understood across the stakeholder community. And that broad understanding is really what allows other participants to come in and rank one initiative relative to another. And without that broad understanding, that's a lot harder. So thank you all. The next set of presentations is on a different subject. These, as Kathleen mentioned, are related to transmission and the management of which transmission projects get added to the CAISO market and how those transmission projects are paid for. There are some related proposals. They do not specifically relate to the two areas that are being presented today. So Kathleen, and let me double check and make sure you're still on. Kathleen, if you are willing to hold, do I have Kathleen? I do. I lost Kathleen. So if anybody from Vista, I'll reach out to Kathleen separately. But
I lost
Kathleen, oh, there you are. Thank you. Kathleen, if you would like a few minutes to present your idea today, you may have that. You will have another the broader area that you're talking about will come up in a future workshop. The two areas we're talking about today, one has to do with essentially the cost, and that's the next proposal is from the Cal Advocates, California Public Advocates Office, presenting today on whether or not these proposed transmission projects need to be put up for competitive solicitation. And then the second proposal today, and it's in a separate category from the first because it really is different, was whether or not long duration storage could be compensated essentially as a transmission asset. And that was a very short proposal from CISA. Coming up in a future prioritization workshop, we will be covering resource issues related and proposals related to resource adequacy, both, and to the interconnection process. So, Kathleen, I think those are more related to your proposal, but yeah. If you'd like to present it today anyway, we can make time for that.
Well, what I'd like to so I'd like to clarify both the proposal. So I do not think they're related to those other issues the same way, although I agree that there is a ripple effect on a downstream process. If you were to make transmission planning reform that might have an impact downstream, but the reason that the CAISO has been really clear it's not related to interconnection and they don't want us discussing it in interconnection is because you have to first reform the transmission process. So we've actually toggled based on that guidance to not considering it a part of interconnection. And I just wanted to be super clear on that and make sure we're all on the same page because that's guidance, we've received, and so that's why we're moving down the path, moving on.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That makes sense.
Well, I'm happy to do it however you want to handle it, Amelia. I would note it's closer to Cal Advocates because it gets at the cost of the transmission plan.
Are you prepared to present today, Kathleen?
I can give a very short explanation of our proposal, yes.
Okay. Why don't we cover our bases? I believe we have time. I'm going to hand it over to Neve Murphy to present for Cal Advocates Office. We've slated a little bit of extra time for that because that's a longer presentation. But after Neve, Kathleen, if you're willing to present a short summary of your idea, just so people who are present on this call can hear it, and then we will cover the proposal from CISA. For this one, Brenda, if you would switch to the long slides. There we go. All right. Thank you, Neve, for presenting today.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fantastic. Thanks. So yeah, I'm Neve Murphy. I'm a Cal Advocate with the Public Advocates Office, and I'll be presenting on our proposal for competitive bidding improvements. Next slide, please. Just brief agenda. We'll be going through the background of our proposal, the proposal itself, and any benefits to stakeholders. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So what started this off is FERC Order 1000, which of course removed the rights of first refusal for new transmission projects. So basically it eliminated any incumbent transmission providers' federal right of first refusal for projects that were selected in regional transmission plan for cost allocations. Local transmission facilities are exempt from these right of first refusal requirements that were put through. So that means, of course, that they are ineligible for competitive bidding since the incumbent utility still has the right of first refusal for those local transmission projects. What's key here is that FERC defines local transmission facilities as a project that is located basically just within a public utility transmission provider's distribution service territory or footprint. And again, that is not selected for the purposes of cost allocation in the regional transmission plan. So that's a little bit of background about where we were starting from with this. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in comparison to FERC Order 1000, CAISO's current tariff currently exempts from competitive solicitation the following: so upgrades, improvements, or replacements of existing PTO's facilities, and local transmission facilities that are entirely within a public utilities distribution service territory. So that is, of course, to align with FERC Order 1000. However, the key difference here is that CAISO's tariff defines a local transmission facility slightly differently from FERC. So it's located entirely within a PTO's footprint or service territory, and also operates at a voltage below 200 kilovolts. And that's, I think, the key defining feature here that makes it slightly different from FERC Order 1000's requirements. Next slide, please. Looking more broadly, this is just a comparison of projects that are eligible for competitive bidding across the country at different ISOs and RTOs. This chart here is from the Brattle report, and it's looking here at exclusions of projects that are based on voltage. So there's different voltage requirements or exclusions for different ISOs and RTOs. For example, MISO has quite a high voltage requirement, but it's only for certain projects, compared to New York ISO, which has no voltage restrictions. CAISO has relatively high voltage restrictions at 200 kV and below. But what's important to take away from here is that all of these ISOs and RTOs are complying with FERC Order 1000. So the voltage aspect of it is something that we think could potentially change and still be in compliance with FERC Order 1000 for competitively bid projects. Next slide, please. So part of the reason, a little bit of the history of why CAISO has the 200 kV split between local and regional projects is because that split tends to align with many projects' benefits. So, local projects tend to only benefit local regions. That split occurs at 200 kV as a history of, or as a result of how the California grid expanded. However, there are some, subjective things that are going into this assumption here for this 200 kV split. It's mainly based on the benefit of bulk power flow, because of course the higher voltage projects tend to benefit bulk power flow the most and benefit interregionally. So for example, there could be projects that don't necessarily comply 100% with this. So there could be higher voltage projects that could provide benefits to lower voltage systems and therefore localer systems beyond bulk power flow, such as absorbing unexpected frequency changes. And conversely, there could be some 200 kV and lower voltage infrastructure projects that might be providing regional benefits to the system, such as any remaining lower voltage systems that are in parallel that might be providing reliability benefits. As a more modern example, there was a project that was proposed in the draft TPP. I believe it was the Diablo Canyon area 230 kV high voltage mitigation project. It's a proposed project that would, kind of help with voltage mitigation on the 230 kV system. However, in the project itself is shunt reactors that are being installed on the 115 kV side of the bus. So even though it is technically a low voltage project, it's probably providing, higher voltage benefits to a high voltage system. And it's that sort of crossing of the 200 kV split that we are looking to potentially address in our proposal. Next slide, please. So in terms of how big of an issue this is, we basically looked at the 2022 and 2023 TPP. Only 3 of those projects, or about 7%, were competitively bid out of the 45 projects in that TPP. We found that essentially about 6 of the 45 projects, in addition to the 3 that were already competitively bid, were at least partially under the 200 kilovolt threshold and involved new equipment installations rather than upgrades, but were not competitively bid. So the total cost for these projects is $232 million. And assuming a cost savings of 25%, this figure is from the Brattle report again, and they were looking at projects that ranged from 2013 to 2019 for their data. We essentially applied this a rough estimate of cost savings to the total estimated costs and calculated that their California ratepayers could have essentially saved about $68 million on these projects in the TPP. And that's just for 1 year, or 1 round, I should say, of the TPP. In addition, the Electricity Transmission Competition Coalition claims that FERC, by failing to enforce Order 1000 to its full extent, potentially costs ratepayers $277 billion nationally. So essentially, we're finding that there is potential for improvements in the competitive bidding process that could benefit ratepayers. And this is a large opportunity going forwards through the repeated TPP process. It happens every year. So ideally, we would be able to potentially address these issues going forward because it's quite a big chunk of change for ratepayers. Next slide, please. We'll be going through the proposal next to address this. Thank you. So our proposal is essentially to lower the voltage threshold from 200 kV to 100 kV for certain projects that are eligible for competitive bidding. So essentially, the CAISO should retain eligibility for projects that are 200 kV and above. We're already doing that, or CAISO is already putting up for competitive bid projects that are at 200 kV and above. But in addition to that, we would like to propose that the projects that are between 100 kV and 200 kV and have a regional benefit also get considered for competitive bidding. So essentially, if CAISO or another stakeholder can identify a regional benefit for a project during phase 2 of the TPP, then that project should be considered for competitive bidding. There's a variety of different regional benefits that could be applied to these projects, or that could be found in these projects, to see if they were eligible for competitive bidding, such as moderate power flow between areas, voltage stability, potential congestion reduction, and yeah, that is the gist of our proposal, just to essentially drop the voltage threshold if there is a regional benefit for certain projects that are identified in the TPP. Next slide, please. We'll be going through benefits next. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some benefits to market participants. Increased competitive bidding could potentially increase the pool of qualified transmission developers. It can also result in different types of transmission proposals being proposed, including things like non-wires alternatives. Additionally, distributing more projects among more developers could help decrease the backlog that is currently a little bit being observed in the TDF. So these are projects that have been approved by CAISO, but have not yet been built. And this figure here of there being a backlog of about 140 such projects is a little bit out of date. I believe that's from October. I think the number's a little bit smaller now, but there is still quite a backlog in CAISO approved projects that haven't been built yet. And it's our belief that if we can increase the speed at which these projects get completed, it could, expedite meeting California's climate change goals and ultimately, benefit addressing this backlog. Next slide, please. Additionally, there's benefits to ratepayers, and the biggest benefit of all is that there tends to be an estimated cost savings of about 20 to 30%. So that's, again, the figure from the Brattle report for competitively bid transmission projects. This has kind of the effect of reducing the transmission revenue requirement for these projects, which then in turn reduces the costs to CAISO ratepayers. And we think there is quite a large opportunity to keep costs affordable and rates affordable as California goes forward with its transmission goals, but to make sure that this is, or rather this proposal is one way to approach that and to help ratepayers not bear the brunt of ineffective cost spending while California meets its transmission goals going forward. Next slide is just a question slide, so if there's anything anyone wants to ask.
Thank you. While we throw it up to questions, I'll just mention, I think we're all eagerly anticipating a ruling from FERC in the next couple of weeks. So obviously, the CAISO would have to ensure that its process remain compliant with that FERC ruling.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions for Neve on the line? See one from Renardo Wilson, and again, if you would identify the company or organization you represent.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, I was curious about, and thanks for walking us through that. I thought that was a pretty good presentation. I was curious about the assumption of the benefits that you calculate. I think you use, I think a straight line. There was like the Brattle report that you referenced. Did you consider any other sources for some of the benefits or some of the costs that you save as a result of going competitive?
So the Brattle report is, you're correct, mostly what we were pulling from. I'm still in kind of looking into more further research for California specifically and CAISO specifically, because there's not quite enough information out there for my liking. If you know of any fonts of information, I'll take it, or different reports. Yeah, we were mainly pulling from the Brattle report for those figures.
You could unmute Renardo. There's a unfortunate feature of WebEx. Once you mute yourself, you can't unmute.
No, thanks so much. I was really saying thank you for that. I was curious. I know that sources are really hard to find, and I was curious about that assumption. So I really appreciate that feedback. Thanks. I'll go back to you.
Thank you. Yeah. Also, just a note, on the estimates as we've been discussing, those are based on broad estimates from a national survey.
Oh, and I also wanted to mention that there was the coalition report, which I mentioned in the presentation, but that was also national data. So we're still looking for CAISO data specifically.
Yeah. And just to be clear about the stats, which I really need to thank you first off for putting so much effort into putting this together. I believe what you're showing is that there were projects which were subject to competitive solicitation, and there were additionally identified some projects that could have been subject to competitive solicitation.
Exactly. So
The majority would not have been.
Yes, yeah, so it would have been total, there was the 3, out of the 45 projects in the 2022-2023 TPP that we were looking at, 3 were competitively bid, and we found an additional 6 that could have been competitively bid. So in total, it would have been, 9 out of 45. The rest would have, applying the voltage threshold wouldn't have necessarily affected them due to other reasons besides voltage, if that makes sense.
It does. I'll just note that, it's important to remember in looking at all the numbers that the projects aren't all the same. The 3 projects that are above the 200 kV threshold, so they're obviously bigger projects, and the 6 also, compared to the 45, the original 45, would also tend to be relatively bigger projects.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see we have another question on the line from PG&E. If you could unmute the line for Igor Grinberg.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I muted myself. Good afternoon. Igor Grinberg from PG&E. Thanks for the presentation. It was very informative. I do actually want to follow up on those 6 projects that were identified in addition to the 3. Could you talk about how you determined that those 6 would meet the, between 100 and 200, which, I think is more straightforward, but then providing the regional benefits? How did you guys, what criteria were applied to those projects that they were identified that could be eligible?
Sure. So these projects, we didn't necessarily look into the regional benefits for that particular set of projects. These were projects that were under the 200 kV threshold, but involved, at least in part, new equipment installations. So these are things that would potentially involve like new land, or, new substations, that sort of thing. It wasn't necessarily based on specific reliability benefits. That is, again, one of the things that we're looking to potentially work through and figure out more about. But again, it was kind of a rough estimate on our part to see what the magnitude of the issue was going forwards.
Thank you. Great question. Okay. Are there any other questions on the line? Seeing none, we have a surprise presentation today from Kathleen Colbert. So thank you, Kathleen, for volunteering yourself on such short notice. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. I had to get the laugh out before I unmuted. Thank you. And the Kaiser team for being so agile. And I really appreciate this. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. For those who aren't familiar with my background, I come from an economics background. That's really the kernel of where this comes from, is from a very theoretical economic perspective on transmission planning. What's the efficiency that is coming out of that process, and is there any kind of efficiency losses that we're seeing? I'm really appreciate being able to go after Cal advocates, because the kernel of, so there's 2 elements to what we have suggested for transmission plan enhancements. The first one really gets at this idea of what I had been calling right sizing the transmission revenue requirement rather than using the word reduce. I've been thinking about it from making sure we're right sizing. We're not losing any efficiencies in that allocation of those costs. So if we can go to the next slide. There's 2 items that we've identified that would merit from looking at. So while some of this is solution-based, it's also really meant to be from a problem statement perspective rather than what's the right solution. So take it with that lens. I appreciate it. Next slide. This is a bit more solution oriented, but again, I'll try and present it from a problem statement. We've identified some potential inefficiencies in the transmission planning process that may be increasing costs, and would like to explore with all of the stakeholders if there's a way or a mechanism to try to correct this inefficiency. We've provided one recommendation. I'm going to kind of explain what that is, but with the purpose of trying to socialize the problem. And what we have recommended is exploring adding a network upgrade subscription model. So recently CAISO added a subscriber PTO option. It's very similar, but it's on the network as opposed to thinking about it on the interties and in a wheel through. So next slide. The problem that we've identified over the last couple of years is that there's not a good mechanism for third party. So yes, with what Cal Advocates just talked about was third party transmission developers. Is there a way to increase abilities for that competition to help provide greater value and right size the transmission revenue costs associated with those projects? Really appreciated that presentation from Cal Advocates. The way that we had been thinking about this is there also an opportunity for third-party generation developers to have a bigger role in the transmission planning process itself, to subscribe to that transmission plan and similarly bring in additional value into the transmission planning process in order to right-size that transmission revenue requirement. If generation developers can contribute to the plan, that would result in reducing overall cost to customers and producing those ratepayer benefits that we just heard about from a transmission, like a competitive transmission project. We envision this additional process step somewhere in between, kind of somewhere before identifying the plan, and I'll walk through some details. So as the transmission planning process would be engaged, there would be an opportunity to identify interest from generation developers to subscribe to a portion of that plan, providing greater value to overall to the plan, as well as right-sizing ratepayer benefits. The part where I think this has gotten very confused, and so we started this bringing it up in the interconnection process because we think it actually also helps the downstream interconnection processes. It could drive down cost choices in that process as well. Part of the inefficiency is coming from really duplicative costs that are showing up in the transmission process that then also are showing up in the interconnection. So there is a logical connection, but the feedback that we have received from the CAISO transmission planning process, planning team, is that this is not an interconnection proposal because it fundamentally changes how the transmission planning process unfolds. What we're talking about is a way to better socialize costs of transmission upgrades equitably with a focus on allocating those costs commensurate with benefits. So today, you have investments on the transmission projects that may result in congestion revenue rights. If generation developers contribute to the plan, is the CRR still the right benefit? Maybe. Is there a transmission plan deliverability assurance that would also come? Maybe. That's what the subscriber PTO model looked into, all of those issues. So very similar kind of policy questions that would have to be tackled from the concept of subscribing to the network system. Again, because this is upfront investment in the transmission system, subscribing to the network upgrades themselves, this is why we were told that we need to make sure that this isn't a transmission horizon. Next slide. This is the proposal that Mr. has previously socialized with the planning community on subscribing to the network model. we think that there's a lot of merit. I'm not going to walk through this here, but I did want to have the KISA post it in case folks want to see it. I'll continue. I'll continue to say it's very similar in nature to the same policy questions that were discussed in the subscriber PTO. The difference here is it's not the ties or access to wheel through the KISO system. It's looking at bringing value to the actual KISO controlled grid, the network transmission system that is being built out and planned. There's a couple elements that we think would need to be looked at. One would be there's under FERC Order 1000, we have reliability, policy, and economic studies. The economic studies right now we have a method for evaluating those net benefits called Transmission Economic Assessment Methodology. And we believe that evaluating whether or not a network upgrade might be beneficial to the system fits well into the economic study process. However, whether or not there are benefits associated with increasing deliverability is not currently a part of that team methodology. So looking at it not just from reducing congestion, which is primarily how the production cost model works today, but adding a different request that would say, can you also look at, are there economic benefits to this system from an economic perspective, from meeting some of those broader needs that would merit recommending a project. So some economic study reform potential, and then a process by which developers would be able to submit interest to fund a project. So once KISO has identified this, I think the last presentation, let's say it was like 46 or so projects. In the draft, let's say KISO identifies 45 projects, have the ability for developers to say, I would like to subscribe to this project for this amount of money on a $1 per megawatt basis, potentially if it's going to result in some kind of TPD benefit. But the point being a lump sum contribution to that upgrade that actually can also help advance projects that are needed, because they might be on the margin and KISO might not be ready to recommend them because the cost benefit is tight. Whereas if there are developers who have identified a need or an interest in that location, we can actually help to provide that value upfront in the transmission planning process and get some of these needed upgrades advanced sooner through that shared collaboration and coordination. Next slide. This is where we have provided some proposals on how it interacts with the interconnection. I'm leaving this here for completeness, but I would note, I think if the KISO were to take up an initiative that tackles network subscription model, this will flow very organically out of it. That's how I saw it happen with the subscriber PTO. We started talking about the issue of needing to subscribe to the transmission plan and then how that would unfold. And so the subscriber PTO did include some procedures around the interconnection transmission plan deliverability process. So rather than getting murky, like bogged down with details, high level, it is a transmission planning enhancement for a subscription option into the plan that I think some other interconnection impacts would occur, but it's not the primary focus. Next slide. I already kind of summarized this, but it would require a new process in the transmission planning process to request an economic study, kind of calling it a new resource interconnection economic study, to look at whether or not there's net benefits of that, and also have the ability for interested parties to submit an interest, a form of interest, so that the KISO could factor in what that cost would be into their net benefits assessment. And putting this, like, in my mind, very simply, is an additional contribution to the project. So today you have the project costs, those get allocated through the transmission access control area. If there's a step before that where folks can subscribe to that, that would be an offset. May not fully cover that project, but it would potentially offset that project in a way that will provide meaningful benefits for ratepayers. Next slide. And I mean, we've we've been stakeholdering and kind of talking about this for a while. We think there's interest that might merit this, but a formal stakeholder process would help us know for sure if there's enough interest in adopting this kind of option, but we believe there is. It doesn't exist today in the transmission plan, and Kaiser has previously asked us to pursue this through a transmission plan enhancement, which is why we were happy to bring that forward. And yes, I think first order is we would really like to see the transmission revenue right-sized in a way that it's curing for some of these inefficiencies. For those who maybe aren't as facile with the complexity of transmission and interconnection, there are additional costs in the interconnection process associated with kind of trying to ensure that projects that are viable projects advance, who would be willing to pay for additional deliverability transfers effectively looks a lot like a subscribing to the transmission plan. So rather than having costs that are allocated to the TAC for the plan and then commercial activity on a developer side, there is a way to look at this and cure what I see as an inefficiency and move that funding upfront into the transmission plan and provide benefits for ratepayers. So with my purely econ hat would be happy to see these improvements. And I have one more very brief set of scope, but this is the bulk of the more complex one. So I'm happy to take questions.
I have one question just for clarity, if you could speak to, and then there's a question from a participant. Could you compare this to the existing functionality in any of the other markets in which you participate? Is the question from Kaizo, and then if you could unmute Pushkar after Kathleen addresses that, I appreciate it.
Sure, yeah, no, thank you. First, I'll share that Vistra, yeah, we have operations all over the country, so thank you for that question. The only market we don't participate in is SPP. So all of our activity is in the other markets. We have not seen, I would say, we haven't seen this in the organized markets as quite as cleanly. Where we have seen a form of this occur that seemed to work pretty effectively has actually been more in the wider West. So BPA has used versions of this, and some people call it an open season. There's different names. We've coalesced on the network service subscription because of the subscription PTO language that Kaiso has been using. Different parts of the country probably call it an open season more than anything. The ability to identify projects and then have a process for funding them, it really builds off of a lot of merchant transmission activity, merchant pipeline. Also, there's a ton of precedent from a FERC perspective on how merchant gas pipelines do this process. So I think the merchant gas pipeline, to be honest, Amelia, is more of where my company has experience with this and has kind of taken that experience and leveraged it and moving as paired with all of the benefits that we've heard have come out from how BPA has used open seasons to really kind of address some pretty sticky issues in their area as well. From a transparently, Vistra has been advocating for this at the FERC level in the FERC transmission process. So we're not sure what's going to come out of that. I know you already mentioned that. So we are also waiting, but for completeness, we wanted to make sure to submit it to you guys as well.
Thanks, Kathleen. I think that's really helpful context.
Yeah, and happy to take the question.
Unmute Pushkar. And then again, if you mention the group that you represent.
Lifelong Resource Consultants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I find Kathleen's proposal, Vistra's proposal here to be quite intriguing. I think it's pretty clear that it could provide a much better mechanism that provides pretty good price signals to off-takers, just like the substation PTO. There could be a whole bunch of challenges in terms of how it could be done, but I think it can be done, and we need to have that discussion. So I think it's a good starting point. The key there would be, how well because the way it works currently are the resource portfolios that are provided by the CPUC, and the question becomes how well they align with the commercial interests and actual interconnections, so that you can have this good marriage between entities interested in funding, upfront funding, at least the transmission investments, rather than passing on or socializing them across CAISO-wide ratepayers. So I just had that comment in terms of there could be challenges in terms of alignment, but I think it's pretty intriguing and it can be done. And the second issue, Catherine, that you brought up is about the team methodology, and you're absolutely right that currently the way the economic assessment is done, that transmission economic assessment methodology, they essentially calculate the congestion or the production cost benefit, but the original team methodology does have a provision for capacity or resource adequacy benefits. And what you're talking about in terms of calculating, the increasing the TPD based deliverability, I think that can belong, that could be part of the team methodology, because it's nothing new in some sense. It's just that CAISO doesn't do that kind of analysis. But if you have historically, we have seen in the sort of full-fledged economic analysis that was done to justify the need for transmission on the economic basis, you had LCR reduction, you had the resource adequacy benefit, you had the capacity benefit. That was part of the overall team methodology. So just a comment on that the framework does exist under the existing team methodology.
Thank you, Pushka. That was really helpful. I had not recalled that was in the kind of the earlier thought process, so that's really helpful. And to wrap this up, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask go to the next two slides so I can cede the floor back that CAISO so generously gave to me. There is, I think, a broader need to both refamiliarize ourselves with what the team can do, but also a couple of areas that do need to be revisited. If we go to the next slide, we've worked with consultants and did a deep dive on the economic study methodologies, including team. We noticed a slew of, maybe slew's not fair, we noticed 4 to 6 issues, I'd say, that appear inaccurate. Of those 4 to 6, well, some of them I personally was like, wait, what? Why is that happening in this methodology? Like MSG configurations that you can't move from. Anyway, things like that just hurt, were shocking to me, had less of an impact on the result. So the two that had a real impact that would merit, although I'll continue to note there's some pretty crazy modeling decisions that don't appear accurate to operations in there, especially for MSGs. These were the two big ones. There's generation payments that have flags for whether or not you're owned by the utilities or not. So are you utility owned versus non-utility owned? And reducing congestion can result in lowering those LMPs, which looks like a negative in the net benefit. So it's actually makes it less likely that a transmission project will be considered a positive outcome. We noticed that data is inaccurate. Our projects are merchant, and we were being flagged as, it's so funny, we're looking for the CAISO to study for an economic study that impacts our facilities that we think is an improvement, and we're okay with we're okay with addressing the congestion for our merchant sites, but yet that impact was a negative on the project because it's still being counted as going towards the PTO, which is not true. So I don't know how much of that is a legacy, and I'd love the CAISO to look at it. At one point, a lot of these facilities, yes, they were utility owned 20 years ago. I hope we've updated this data in the last 20 years, but I will say it definitely is not updated for our facilities. So that was one that really jumped out at us and had a meaningful impact. The second one is that reducing congestion is also a negative, even though the point of the economic study is to look to see if there's a benefit associated with relieving congestion on the grid, and that's because of the CRR allocations. It's supposed to conceptually only be what is allocated. However, the methodology used, we did not see a step that identified what was the allocated portion versus congestion that might be considered paid out to auction recipients. So I know we had a long conversation this morning about CRRs. I'll just harken back to that. Assuming all congestion is being paid out to loads is not, to me, a reasonable assumption at this point. There's an entire balancing process to identify it. That is the other really, really big one. So just these are the big ticket improvements to teams that could happen that will, I think, have lots of really good benefits as well. And wanted to make sure that folks are looking at this kind of stuff, especially when it's truly an error. It looks like an error to me, I should say. I should caveat, but I appreciate the time, and thank you so much, Kaiso, for letting me share these.
Thank you, Kathleen, for being so willing to present at short notice. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Kathleen? Okay. I am once again going to do a presentation on behalf of a participant that submitted this into the catalog. This is a relatively short presentation because it was a relatively short submission. If anybody representing the California Energy Storage Alliance would raise their hand, they could be promoted to the panelist level to be able to answer questions. Unfortunately, I'm not able to go beyond what was submitted into the catalog. If you would move on to the next slide. This proposal, long duration energy storage as a transmission asset. CAISO currently has rules for storage resources to address short-term contingencies, which would have triggered reliability upgrades in the transmission plan. This initiative would review the ability of long-duration energy storage to address reliability, economic, and policy upgrades. Under current storage as a transmission asset rules, the storage resource can recover its costs through the transmission access charge and is prohibited from participating in the CAISO energy market. Long-duration storage could expand the transmission system, but may need the ability to recover additional revenues through the wholesale energy market. Again, stepping out of my role presenting this on behalf of CISA, just for clarity, I think the proposal here builds on an existing proposal for storage as a transmission asset, and the proposal here is really designed to allow these particular category of storage, long duration energy storage, to participate both as a transmission asset and as a generator in the CAISO system. And that is the proposal. And then if you'd move on to the next slide, I'll go back to CISA's proposal. They note that this supports some of the CAISO strategic objectives, namely number 1 and number 3. That's essentially the reliable operation of the market and increasing the reliable operation of the market through increased market participation. The timing and urgency, they note that the lead time for developing transmission projects is significantly greater than storage resource development. And that expanding transmission capability as soon as possible is needed to meet California's preferred resource portfolio and emissions reductions goals. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
There's no questions in queue. Silas, do you have any in the phone line?
No, there are none on the phone line.
Once again, all of the submissions, including, I'll note, some that we've received in the last week Kathleen, we will post your slides that you presented today. All of the submissions in this process, including the final report from RIF, which we're expecting to get, Regional Issues Forum, which we're expecting to get in the next few weeks. All of those will be posted in the roadmap process, and Brenda just added a link to that in the chat for all of you so that you can review those. On that note, Brenda, do you want to move to the last set of slides?
Yes. I did upload Vistra slides, and those ones should be available already on the slide deck. So I just want to give folks some, and Kathleen, your slides are all visible. As well, for this upcoming meeting, we will have a notice go out before a week before that meeting on May 8th. So everyone will have time to register or sign up for that meeting. So what's new with WebEx is that we are changing a little bit with the vendor. So there will be no longer pre-registration for most of the meetings. So we are transitioning from now till all the meetings coming up. So if you notice that you're signing up for registration for virtual only, it will just no longer have pre-registration. But we will be sending out that attendee list throughout the meeting like we did today and the other calls. But other than that, just thanks so much for everyone's participation. The next are just a few updates on stakeholder affairs. We do have a new, oh, go ahead.
If you go back to the last slide, I just want to note, we are definitely having a second prioritization workshop on May 8th. That will feature the presentation by the Regional Issues Forum of their ranked prioritized initiatives. We will follow that with, depending on the amount of time that we estimate that presentation to take, initiatives that are proposed that relate to particularly WEIM issues, and there are a number of those. If time allows, we will move on to some of the other issues that haven't been discussed yet. I'm anticipating at this point that we will have also a third workshop on the 14th. If we are asking you to present in one of these workshops, we will reach out to you in advance of the workshop. I don't expect anybody to be as nimble as Kathleen was on today's call. With that, I'll hand it back to Brenda. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Amelia. That's a great update. So if you have any questions, feel free to send them over to us, ISO stakeholderaffairs@kaiso.com. The next meeting we have coming up on May 1st, I invite you all to the new resource implementation meeting. This meeting will be highly hybrid, and so those who are registered, we have posted the company list of those who are planning to attend. This event is free, so it's an all-day event, and also we have a registration for that specific meeting. So that meeting around 8:30, you're welcome to click on the link and it will let you in. But this one doesn't require pre-registration. It will just ask you just to click on the meeting at the time of the event and provide your affiliation. So the agenda was also reposted just to add a few more topics, but it's a really great opportunity if you do want to come to Sacramento in Folsom and visit us for this great hybrid meeting that we did a few years ago, which was the interconnections there, but we're renaming it New Resource Implementation Meeting. And lastly, we do have two more updates. This one is the California ISO Stakeholder Symposium coming up this year on October 30th. We will have a reception on October 29th. We are working on registration site right now. That registration site will be hopefully going out in the next few weeks. We will send out a notice on that information as well, provide stakeholders during our calls at the end of the site. But when registration is open, we welcome sponsorships. Like previous years, they've been really helpful and helping with different events. And then there was another slide deck I wanted to provide, and it's not on this one. Silas, I'm going to go ahead and just show the last slide deck that I have here. We do have the California ISO website launching this year with updates, and it's really important for those who are wanting to know if we have training opportunities, because it is a meeting that will kind of help train those for the new website. And I did have the slides available, but I guess the slide deck isn't showing up right now, but We are launching that mid-May, so we will keep everyone in a loop on those updates once the date comes with that May launch for the CAISO new website. But I don't have the slides readily available. I think I loaded the, I didn't load the slides right now, but it's okay. We'll have that update for the next coming up. But other than that, are there any other updates, Amelia, if you'd like to provide?
No, I'll just close it out with a tremendous thank you to all of you for your participation in this process in general and in the meeting today. If you have comments, we're not opening comments on this particular meeting, but if you do have comments around any of the issues that were presented today or the process in general or anything else, feel free to reach out to me directly. Like the rest of the CAISO staff, my email is first initial A, last name BLANKE @CAISO.com. I really look forward to hearing from all of you.
Thank you. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks Silas for assisting us today, and we look forward to more updates with the CAISO.com website coming late May, and training opportunities are listed here. Thanks everyone. Silas, you can go ahead and close our call.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you to all of our speakers, and thank you all in the audience for joining us today. The call has now concluded and you may disconnect.